let's enter into the next step of the process. Write down in the images that you have written down. Understand the inner image, outer image, others image, life image you have right now is your inauthentic identity. And the inner image, outer image, others image, life image you want to have is your authentic identity. Your current identity may be I am weak, I am not smart, I am not enough, I am not doing it right, I am not getting it correctly. All that could be your current identity. But please understand that current identity is inauthentic identity. Now, write down, you're going to work on your authentic identity. You're going to align yourself to the authentic identity. And what does that mean? Listen very carefully. Please listen very carefully. Your current image that you carry, all the low inner image, outer image, others image, life image that you carry about others inside of you, that is your inauthentic identity. All the low inner image that you carry, right now what you carry is filled with incompletions. Am I right? We feel bad, we feel this, that, everything inside of us. The authentic identity is what you want to have. Identify and pen down all incompletions that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. Like, for example, you feel you are very, you feel always any decision you make leads to a failure. So you feel you're a person who cannot manage things properly. Your authentic identity is what? That you want to really be a leader who knows, who can get things done. You want to be a go-getter. Now see what is stopping you from expressing, becoming that authentic identity inside of you. Look in, identify that, pen down all the incompletions that are stopping you from you becoming that authentic identity. Are all of you catching it? Are all of you getting the difference? Now every one of you, Ma Ratna Prabha and Ma Gwanil Troit here, every one of you write it down. Are you all understanding the difference between authentic identity and inauthentic identity? Yes? If you're all understanding, can you all put yes in the chat? Malisa, Nithyanandam, every one of you, please write it down. See, this is a very powerful exercise which can help you completely alter. Write down the incompletions. For example, if you want your authentic identity to be a leader, but what are the incompletions you're carrying? You feel that you are not able to, you're not smart enough, or many times you feel that you're not as good as others. You feel there are others around you who are doing it better. You're not able to catch it. And that is why you feel you becoming a leader is impossible. Write down all those incompletions that you are carrying inside of you. Please pen them down. For each of the incompletions that you write down, find out why and when it started. For example, when you were young, one of your friends would have told you that, you're not smart enough. And in the class, you always saw that others got the right answers as opposed to you. So you always felt you're not good enough, you're not getting it right. Write down all of those. Please pen them down. Take a few minutes. Now, let us all enter into the next step of the process. Have all of you finished writing down? All right. Now that you have written down the incompletions in each of this, understand it is these incompletions that sits in you, inside of you, as self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. And they consistently keep reoccurring, and reoccurring. Now, all the incidents that you wrote, make sure that you are completing, reliving, and relieving them. Make sure that you are have continuously working towards completing them, bringing yourself to the space of completion. Understanding? All right. So now let us all enter into the power manifestation session. We will now be moving to the next session where we are understanding about the science of power manifestation. And you all can take a few minutes, and here we have the gifts for this session. This is the glimpses from the session on Genesis of Identity.
Yes. Now that we have done the whole beautiful process of the genesis of our identity, understanding the basic components of all the four identities we carry, let's enter into the power manifestation session. every clarity, every completion that happens in life, Swamiji very beautifully explains, always manifests as powers. Because generally, in our life, all our energy is being sucked by the what we call the past. See, the past doesn't actually exist. Even the ideas you have about your past, you bring them in the present and only think of them. But when we have the idea of a past, so much of our energy, our time, our awareness goes into that. But then, when we slowly, one by one, disconnect all that connections, all that energy which we're pouring into keeping our past alive, we fall in the present moment, and any power manifestation happens at that moment. Today, we're going to be doing the awesome power of materialization. So, it's a very exciting power, materializing whatever you want, 3D printing your reality. That is the power of materialization. Let's start with the Shastra Pramana for the power of materialization. The Shastra Pramana for the power of materialization is from the Paushkara Agama, Vidyapada, chapter 6, verse 101. प्राप्त्यादयो गुणाः पञ्च योगिनः कारणात्मजाः मनसाभीष्टसंसिद्धिः प्राप्तिर्नाम गुणालयः. As part of the Ashtamahashaktis, one of the Shaktis is Prapti, which arise for the yogis through the internal organs, antahkarana, such as the mind and others. The power of attaining whatever is desired by the mind is called Prapti. It is declared to be the abode of all desirable powers, an abode which brings about all the desired qualities. The Apta Pramana for this power is very beautifully how Neem Karoli Baba is manifests in his life. There is a little background about him. Neem Karoli Baba was born in 1890 to a Brahmin family. As was the custom at that time, his parents got him married at the age of 11, but he had no interest in the worldly life and ran away from home and reached Gujarat, taking the life of sannyas. After 15 years, his father gets to know where he is and begs him to come back home. After lots of pleading and crying, Neem Karoli Baba agrees to come home. He continues his regular life, has 3 children, but few years later, again leaves home never to come back. Then he starts traveling and doing lots of miracles for people and helping them. Finally, in 1973, he attains Mahasamadhi. In Neem Karoli Baba's life, it's a very popular name which you would have heard because of the incidents in the life of Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg. In 70s, Steve Jobs was in a very bad situation. He was in so much loss and all sorts of problems. So he comes, one of his friends tell him, you go and see Neem Karoli Baba, it will help you. But Baba had attained Samadhi just a few months back. He spends some time in the ashram, goes back to America, starts Apple, and becomes who he is today. So when Mark Zuckerberg had started Facebook and he was in a lot of problems, he goes and asks Steve Jobs for some advice. Steve Jobs also tells him, go to Baba's ashram, go to Neem Karoli Baba's ashram. And when Mark Zuckerberg goes there, comes back, he also has amazing success. So beautiful. Even without the physical presence of Neem Karoli Baba, just by the space that he left behind in his ashram, how we are able to see very 2 big names that we would all have heard have attained success, have materialized their future, their presence, their present, their money, everything from just the power of Neem Karoli Baba. This is how we can see the power of materialization, and today all of us are going to be manifesting this power. How many of you are excited for this? The power to 3D print your reality. Now, this is a very clear science that Swamiji has given. In this first round, we're going to be sitting and materializing bhasma in our hand while focusing on the levitation. So now you can just clean your hands completely and keep it like this. So you can close your hands or you can leave it open. Make sure there's no external source. You're going to be materializing the vibhuti. See, any other powders also can come, like kumkum, sometimes nyananjana, haritaki, various things will materialize. In this round, we're going to be materializing the bhasma, the vibhuti, the sacred ash. The whole science of materialization is a very clear thing that Swamiji has revealed. Swamiji reveals about super determinism, which is the power over now. It is not just the power of now, it is the power over now. Now, understanding how this works a little bit. Right now, we understand modern science. We have all heard of the double slit experiment, right? Where the a photon is fired at two slits and it forms a wave pattern if there is no observer, and as soon as an observer is placed over there, it forms a particle pattern. It's matter. So based on this, the conclusion we can come that an observer is what collapses a wave energy into matter as we see it. Now, our reality that we see around us today is matter, right? When we see our laptop, our bed, our house, everything is matter. But as we understand E equals mc square, as Swamiji says, the matter is energy. There's not two separate things. At a lower frequency, we perceive it as matter, and at a higher frequency, we perceive it as energy. Now, what is creating that infinite possibility of the universe? As they say during the double slit experiment, when the particle is fired, has a superposition, meaning it travels through all possible paths, and only when it hits on the other side, it chooses a particular path. That is what they say happens when there's no observer. Right now, our universe exists in a space of infinite possibility at the quantum level. Every single possible outcome already exists. When we use the power of superdeterminism, we fall in the present moment. And what exactly happens at that point? When you are in the present moment, the idea of an observer and an observed disappears. Understand this very clearly? When there's no more thoughts, as I was explaining in previous sessions, the thoughts we have is what causes a boundary. When you close your eyes, the whole universe has disappeared. Yet we have an idea of a boundary. It's due to the thoughts within us. But when our thoughts are no longer there, when we catch the gap in our thoughts, we are in the present. We're no longer in our past or in our future. In that present moment, the boundary dissolves. The idea of something observing and something being observed dissolves. And the whole universe is in a superposition. Now, all the infinite possibilities are available to you. Whether it's the possibility of right now having bhasma in your hand, the possibility of materializing, of having an apple in front of you, the possibility of having anything in your reality is there. When you're in the present moment, you can decide that cosmic intelligence, which is the life within you, can decide the way the future, the way the moment has to happen. How many of you are catching this? When we are doing the power of materialization, the only thing we're doing is dropping our thoughts, dropping that which is telling us we are separate from the people around us, from the things around us. At that moment, all the infinite possibilities of the universe are open to us. From there, it's just a matter of picking it and bringing it to this reality. Again, separating yourself and collapsing it to the matter, where you are able to form any energy into matter. Let's start. as Swamiji has revealed this profound science of how power manifestation happens. So I request all of you, you can sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya. That frequency, that vibration of the cosmos that Swamiji has given for all of us to align with the nature of the cosmos. Sit, chant the Mahavakya. Look intensely through your third eye. Manifest that space in ritual.
Paramashivoham
Swamiji will just flow through you. When you drop your thoughts, when you drop your identity, the cosmic and identity, the cosmic energy flows through you.
Paramashivoham
Chant the Mahavakya. And do the manifestation.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Relax.
Om Nithyananda
Tap your palms. Look around you. If you have any deities on your laptop, always these are the places where the materialization happens immediately. So you can look at your palms, you can look in between your fingers. Many times the materialization happens in between the fingers. So you can look and look around you, your dress, the laptop in front of you, and if you have any padukas or deity, you will have seen immediately the bhasma happening. You will also be able to see the slight gold particles appearing in your palm. That is one thing which happens very often, it actually happens a lot, where your fingers and in your palm, if you put a torchlight, sorry, I think some people are saying that my sound was bad. Is it better now? Is the sound quality better now? Is the sound quality better now? I think the mic had just had a small issue. So I was just saying, all of you, you can check around you, you can look and see how the manifestation has happened for you around. Look at your dress, the laptop in front of you, between your fingers. Very clearly, you will see how so beautifully Swamiji is showing the manifestation happening. Now, we'll be entering into the next session. How many of you have heard of what are the dimensions of the cosmos that you know? Regularly, as per modern physics, what do they say are the dimensions? So we would have heard of length, breadth, and the depth, right? Then maybe we would have heard from Swamiji time and space, the time dimension, and the space dimension. We have various theories like string theory, which says we have 11 dimensions, but generally, which we experience in our life, what we understand. We know the three dimensions of length, breadth, and depth, and the dimension of time. In this session now, Swamiji is very beautifully going to be revealing the sixth and the seventh, the higher dimensions of this cosmos up to the seventh dimension. What is the seventh dimension of the cosmos? Nityatva. Very beautifully now, we're going to be hearing from Swamiji about Nirantaratva and Nityatva. Let's now enter into this beautiful session.
What is incompletion? Past interfering into the present and try to manipulate the future. That is incompletion. Your memory, form you carried in the past, entering into the present and trying to destroy the future form is incompletion. You can always see whenever you have a pain, guilt, powerlessness, incompletion, you will be visualizing, imagining your own form in a deep suffering. You will be visualizing, imagining your own form in a disgusting way. Look inside. Please understand, I am giving you a very deep insight. Whenever you are powerless, angry, violent, incomplete, look in, you will be remembering your own form from the past, which is actually you will be flashing your own photograph in your screen. Let me talk in the language of computer, you will understand. You will be running your own photographs in your screen, inner space screen, which is taken during the very sad, depressed moments. What can I do? Lost, over. That kind of the photographs which you have taken at the wrong moment and preserved, stored in high resolution, in a stupid way, in your inner space, you will go on be replaying them. See, whenever you are powerless, you are not going to remember the full smile photograph of you or the ecstatic photograph of you. When you remember that, you are going to be in the space of completion. The deha, form you carry during incompletion, just by remembrance awakens the same incompletion. Understand? Just by remembrance, something can bring incompletion or completion. The moment one incompletion is triggered by somebody, then that's all. You don't see the world anymore. The world does not exist, only my world exists. That is what is meant by the great Mahavakya, Jagat Mithya. What you perceive as my world is mithya. Because a small incompletion, the moment it got triggered, it gets triggered. A small incompletion, the moment it gets triggered, you stop seeing the world and you are deluded in my world. Brahma Satyam, Jagat Mithya. I don't disagree. Jagat Mithya. But that does not mean in your actions you will not radiate the truth Brahma Satyam. In your actions also you have to radiate the truth of oneness, non-dual consciousness. While you are seeing your finance, your accounts, sitting with your auditor, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? While you are sitting with a spouse and having a dinner or lunch, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? When you are sitting with your team and discussing your corporate strategy, your office strategy, your consciousness, does your consciousness be established in that oneness and non-duality without falling into the powerlessness? Look in. Just your back pain disappearing is not the result of Advaita. All the pain which you have hidden in your back should disappear. Not just back pain disappearing. All the pains which you have put it in back Just few line. Listen to this few line carefully. 1. Try to remember the earliest, as far as your memory goes, the earliest first time you felt powerless, either by fear or guilt or weakness. First time when you felt powerless. It can be as simple as your mother made you sit on the dining table, or you were playing in the rain and your mother slapped you and dragged you inside the room, or just a stone thrown by your friend or your brother has hit you. It can be as simple as this, or your sister snatching the ice cream. Now usually sisters don't snatch, only brothers snatch. Now I have seen. Sister is the best relationship. I grew up in large family. Sister is the best relationship. It can be as simple as your mom gave one sweet extra to your younger brother. Your dad gave one cloth or jewel extra to your younger sister. It can be anything. First time when you felt powerless, what was your inner image? Means, what did you tell about you to you? What was your outer image? How you showed you to others? How you reacted to that situation? And what was your life image? Means, how did you judge others or life at that moment? Listen, what was your inner image? What was your outer image? What was your life image at that moment? It is almost like a surgery. You have to now cut yourself and see. It's a surgery, literally, because now you will remember an incident which happened at the age of 8. When you try to find out, open that incident, suddenly you will remember something which happened at 6. When you cut and start remembering that incident, suddenly it will open up something which happened at the age of 3. Earliest memory, first time as far as you can remember, when you became powerless. Actually, you will be surprised, because I'm going to blow prana into you. It means awaken your pranic energy. You will remember the memories you never thought, you never imagined you will be able to remember. Actually, only now you will see directly what I can do to your mind. You will suddenly remember the deepest layers of your memory. You may even remember what happened during your birth, and even those scenes you may start seeing. Actually, I am going to blow prana into your navel center. You will be there only, I will be here only. I will be awakening you. See, that navel center, that means your umbilical cord connection with your mother. That is the zone stores earliest memories. And if that awakens, means Kundalini enters into that navel zone, suddenly you will see from your birth, when they cut that umbilical cord, from that you will start remembering the memories. There are 3-4 rules. Always root pattern will be formed before the age of 7. So the first incident you find will be before the age of 7. If it is after 7, you will have to dig out and you will find it. Always the incident will be before the age of 7. That's one. Second, all major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. We are going to be working on complete completion. Please understand, just by removing a tree completely, just by uprooting a tree, you cannot be safe that nothing else will grow in that place or the tree won't happen again in that place. No. You need to understand a very important thing. If you just see outside, the ground where Nithyananda Sabha is going to be built, there are hundreds of neem trees. We uprooted all of them and cleaned the land. But go and see, at least 50 neem trees are again back. Even if you uproot the tree, the essence of the tree stays in the ground. So when the water comes and the sun comes, the tree starts happening again. There are some trees you don't need a full seed for the tree to happen. Just the essence of the tree is there in the mud, that's enough, it will grow. There is a herb, Amambacharisi. Just the essence of that herb is enough, it will grow. Same way, just removing your root pattern is not going to completely liberate you. How to stop the tree not happening again? How to make sure the tree will not happen again? How to make sure that tree is not going to sprout again? Burning, boiling the very root, which is the very land where the root can sprout. Same way, burning your consciousness, purifying it to the root from where even the root patterns can grow. That is what I call complete completion. Manonmaniya Vidya. In Sanskrit we call it Mana Unmana. Awakening inner space. Awakening the inner space. Mana Unmana. Please listen. Awakening the inner space. With this process of complete completion, we make sure even if there is a smell or the essence of the root patterns exists in the ground, on the soil, it doesn't sprout again. It doesn't grow again. Manonmani. Please understand. Mana, unmana. Unmana means awakening. Mana means inner space. The complete completion awakens your inner space completely and does not allow any leftover unattended roots of the root patterns. For a neem tree to happen again, 1 inch old root is enough. Please understand. Just an inch length old root is left without removed. The tree will happen again. You don't need a seed. For a banyan tree to happen again, just 3-inch root if it is left without being removed from the land, that is enough. It will happen again. You don't need a seed. For your root patterns to grow again, you don't need to leave 3-inch or 1 inch. Just if you go back and see the same people, that is enough. If you see the same people who are responsible for your root pattern, that is enough. Understand? The complete completion is like ensuring the safety, ensuring the spiritual protection. All incompletion is nothing but the fact not being given enough inner space and cognition and respect by you. And the perception itself is given the first priority and respect. If the perception is recorded as a reality in you, which is going to be constantly changing, will give you a deep insecurity and instability in your life. But instead, if the fact is given the place of reality and the perception is given the place of perception, the recognition, the change of perception will not lead to more and more incompletion. And the fact does not influence your decision and perception influences your decision. I asked you to get five examples. The perception influencing you as a fact and forcing you to take decision, and fact influencing you as a perception and forcing you to take a decision. Every time when you do completion, every time when you are completing, you are moving from Purusha to Mahapurusha, Mahapurusha to Siddha Purusha. Manonmaniya happens in you. Mana, unmana happens in you. Bring completion every time. Every moment of your life, feel complete. Be in the space of completion, powerfulness, joy. Bringing the space of completion. Bringing the space of completion in every thought, every word, every action, every feeling, and every moment of living is enlightenment. how both complement each other. Please understand. Ultimately, the complete completion happens when you don't even bother about complete completion. Even the desire or the effort for the complete completion is surrendered. Even when that effort is surrendered at the feet of the divine, the complete completion happens. The signs of surrender. Please listen. Listen sincerely and intensely. The more and more completion you do, the more and more the surrender starts happening. I need to define surrender. Surrender is no way starts with powerlessness or gives you the powerlessness experience or ends in powerlessness. Surrender starts with powerfulness, leads you from power to more powerfulness, ends in ultimate powerfulness. Surrender is no way connected to powerlessness. Many times in your powerlessness, the giving up, you call it as surrender. No, giving up is not surrender. Giving up is not surrender. Listen. Giving up is not surrender. A Shiva Bhakta will never give up on himself or others. Surrender doesn't come by powerlessness. It comes by tremendous powerfulness. The signs of completion and the signs of powerfulness both complement each other. The signs of completion and signs of powerfulness both complement each other. When you complete more and more, you become powerful. When you surrender more and more, you become powerful. More completion leads to more surrender leads to more completion. Completion is nothing but falling in love with your higher self. Desire to reside in the higher self. Surrender is nothing but falling in love with the embodiment of higher self, your Ishta Devata. Your Ishta is nothing but your higher self. Surrender should lead to more and more Ishta, not Kashta. Naturally, surrender leads you to more and more powerfulness, not powerlessness. It leads to more and more powerfulness, more and more joy, more and more strength. Understand? When you carry the space of surrender, everything in the life listens to you. Even a plant drops all its thorns just by your request. How do you think just our Gurukul kids are able to talk to plants and the plants are listening to them? And they are dropping their thorns. Understand, it is not a myth or a story I am talking. We can show you in front of your eyes. The surrender makes you deeply powerful. The space of completion makes you deeply powerful. Surrender is misinterpreted, given the wrong meaning in the Western thought trends. There the word is used more like in the war when you lose, you drop all the weapons and surrender. Here I am not using in that meaning. The word surrender has totally different meaning in the Bhakti literatures. So maybe I may not even want to use the word surrender in English. I use the word Sharanagati. Powerfulness radiated by the devotees. And I was not weak. Akkamadavi was not weak. Meera was not weak. Kanakadasa, Purandaradasa, Vittaladasa, all the great Dasa Sampradaya devotees are not weak. They were never weak. Understand. Kanaka Purandara Vittaladasas, Meera, Akkamma, Andal, all of them are not weak. They all lived in the space of powerfulness. Even completion you can intellectually grasp, even if you don't practice, just watch the satsang, you will intellectually grasp what is the completion, what is the power of completion, I am sure. So the completion can be understood even if you listen intellectually, but the sharanagati is surrender. You need to see somebody experiencing and radiating it. You need to be around some great bhakta, devotee. Because it is such a beautiful experience. You need to see that radiating in the body language. Saranagati, surrender, can't be understood just by the intellectual. Intellectually, if you try to understand, it will only lead to that surrender happens during the war period. Only that meaning you will get it. It's not a powerlessness, kind of a giving up, a failure, drop out. But the Bhakti Sampradayas, the Bhakti traditions do not mean that kind of a surrender here. You become more and more powerful, more and more strong, more and more intelligent. The Bhakti Sampradaya, its definition of surrender is totally different. So understand, more and more practice of surrender leads to more and more experience of completion. More and more experience of completion leads to more and more practice of surrender. When the science of completion connects with the science of surrender, the space you create becomes reality. Because all your individual incompletions should be completed. When you are complete, your individual identity should be surrendered to the cosmos. Then cosmos functions through you. Individual identity is made out of a bunch of incompletions.
Just now, Swamiji very beautifully revealed about the patterns that each of us carry inside us. The root thought patterns, when the patterns become strong, when the incompletions, the past thoughts, the emotional hangovers, that is what is an incompletion. So as that emotional hangover gets deeper in us, all the past thoughts, everything starts becoming stronger and stronger inside of us. And that forms what Somji calls as a root pattern, which all of us listen to and learnt about right now. Root pattern always gets created before the age of 7, and after the age of 7, pattern cannot be developed. It only becomes a branch pattern. But only from the root pattern, the root cognition with which you see life, only from that all incompletion starts happening. There's a very beautiful revelation that Swamiji gives for this, how the root thought pattern gets created inside of us. These incompletions, the past thoughts, emotional patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live the futures. And all of these patterns boil down to one root thought pattern. This one root thought pattern that sits inside of us suffocates us. It suffocates you. It pushes you again and again back into incompletion. And it creates a deep hangover in you. And it is with that you start judging all the other patterns, incompletions, everything inside of you. Are all of you catching what a root pattern is, a root thought pattern is? Now, as long as this root thought pattern sits inside of you, and as long as that exists in you, understand all the incompletions, everything in life is created by this root thought pattern. And just you analyzing it, understanding this one root thought pattern will help you completely shift and have a breakthrough in the way you see life. Now, all of us are going to be focusing on identifying our root thought pattern. What is this root thought pattern which sits inside of us? Take a few minutes, identify the earliest incident which made you powerless. Go back to the earliest incident. It could be something very small. It could be just that your brother grabbed a chocolate from you when you were supposed to, you wanted it. And it could be any small incident. Go back to that and identify the earliest incident and write it down. Take a few minutes. Now, let us understand a little bit about what is this root thought pattern. Please listen very carefully. All of us have something called patterns, the thinking currents in us. Swamiji explained about it right now, correct? Now, these patterns that we carry inside of us, they sit in us as root thought patterns. And constantly, they make you get stuck into the same loop again and again and again, which means you will get stuck in life in the same thought pattern, the same thinking trend, and you're stuck to that. And what happens because of this? Continuously, you are stuck in that same thinking pattern. There's a very beautiful example that Swamiji gives. In have how many of you have been to these temples in India where they keep elephants in temples? Ma Janet, I'll answer your question. Okay, Ma Janet, I'll answer your question. How many of you have been to India and seen these temples where they have elephants in temples? Can you all put yes? How many of you have seen? Okay, no problem if you've not seen, but those who have seen it. See, actually, it's a very beautiful thing. In temples, they keep an elephant in the temple and they make through, so they basically drive these elephants and the elephants will be blessing people. It's a very beautiful tradition. It has its own significance. In all of these temples, if you've seen Ma Saralananda, Ma Pushkala, Putting, you've seen. Okay. Understand. In all of these temples, right, when they put the elephant in front, it's a very funny thing actually. If you see huge elephants, they'll just be tied with a thin rope. Means if the elephant just kicks once, the whole that's all, the whole rope will break and the elephant will be free. But if you see that such a huge animal, such a big elephant, it will not even break free, it will not even attempt to break free from that rope. The way it is very funny if you know how this whole thing works. These mahouts will not control the elephant with some big heavy canes, nothing. They'll just have a lightweight stick and a thin rope holding back the elephant. You know why? When the elephants are small, what these mahouts will do is they'll tie the rope so strong. And when it's small, naturally the rope is going to be strong for it. And then the elephant is trained when it is very small itself. It will try struggle to escape, but it cannot break free from the rope. So the elephant will decide that it cannot break free from the rope. That rope is going to hold it back. Even 50 years later, when the elephant is so mighty and huge, when it can just kick once and the rope will break, it will not even attempt to break the rope. This is exactly root pattern. When you are small, based on some incompletion, many times it's absolutely illogical. Based on some illogical incompletion, we all create a pattern, we all get stuck to that pattern. And then what happens is, continuously, that pattern sits inside of us as an incompletion. Constantly, it pushes you back again and again and again into that same rut. And that incompletion, you get stuck. When you're just 7 years old, let's say your brother comes to you and he grabs a chocolate from you, which you got, and you feel like, oh my God, my most favorite thing is snatched away from me. And there you develop incompletion. From there onward, you keep creating this loop for yourself again and again and again. The brother will change. Maybe when you grow up a few years later, you will feel like, oh, okay, it's just silly thing. But the situations might change, people might change, but the feeling that life grabs from you remains the same. How many of you are catching it? First, it will be your brother. Then you will feel that, oh, it's my friends are the same, others are the same. You constantly project this pattern to everyone else. Ma Janet, you're asking, what if you don't remember any of the incompletions? Every one of us have incompletions. Every one of us. Here the question is, even if you go back to the most recent incompletion, identify what thought current it is inside of you. Then you will catch the, then you will know what exactly is incompletion. It will take you back next previous and previous months. So I'll give you all another example. Let's say when you are young, okay, very small, you're playing in the rain. Okay, Andres is also saying I can hardly remember anything. It was bad. Understood. Listen carefully to this example. You'll catch the thread. When you are small, let's say you're playing in rain. Okay, your mom calls you, and your mom tells, "Come in." You ignore her. You're enjoying the rain. You play in. You're continuing to play, and again your mom calls you. You don't come. Third time she calls you. You don't come. Next, she just comes straight outside, gives you a tight slap, holds you by hand, drags you back inside the house and locks the door. Listen very carefully. What exactly happens now? The moment you see. Now, later on, you may feel like, oh, okay, she did it out of her concern. She didn't want me to catch cold. But when you are 7 years old, all that you don't know, you don't understand that. You feel, why is my mother not even letting me to play? She doesn't love me. She hates me. I'm not her favorite child. She doesn't like me anymore. Like how much my other friends' mothers love the friends. My mother doesn't love me. I don't like her. She does not want me to enjoy. And understand that one cognition you make, my mother does not love me, she restricts me. When you're small, you think she stops you. You don't know the word restricting and all when you're small. You just feel like she stops you. Listen very carefully. That incident you may even forget when you grow. Let's say you're 8 or 9 years old, you forget and you're fine with it. But after your mother, you project the same incompletion in your teacher. When your teacher says, no, don't go to the washroom now, I don't allow you to go to the washroom, you again feel the same incompletion. You feel life that at that point it was mother who stopped you from playing in the rain. Now it is a teacher who's stopping you from attending your favorite cultural event or attending your favorite sports period. She is stopping you. So the cognition that life does not want me to enjoy, life is stopping me, changes from your mother to the teacher. You project the same incompletion. You feel, oh God, even my teacher does not want me to enjoy. Next, from your teacher, it changes to your friends. Your friends, you feel, oh God, look, my friend, every time whenever I go and do something she doesn't like, she keeps telling me, she keeps trying to restrict me. She wants me to only do whatever she wants me to do. After some time, you do the same thing to your girlfriend or boyfriend. You do the same thing to your fiance. You do the same thing to your husband or wife. After some time, you do the same thing to your child. You feel even your child is blackmailing you and holding you, not allowing you to do what you want. You do the same thing to your boss. You feel even your boss is not allowing you to do what you want to do. Understand the incompletion which started a small silly cognition you developed when your mother held you back from playing in the rain. Even when you're 50 years old, that same incompletion is still carried. People might change. You might not even remember this incident. See, mom, Janet Chung, are you catching it? You may not even remember the incident that happened which caused incompletion in you, but there's an incompletion inside of you. Andrea, are you also understanding? Ma Karen is saying she's clicking with it. Wonderful. Every one of us keep having these incompletions inside of us. People change, situation changes, everything changes, but the incompletion through which you perceive the incident does not change. That is what you're going to be identifying now. Please take a few minutes, pen down, write down the earliest incident. Even if you don't remember when you're 7 years old, 8 years old, what happened, it's okay. What is the earliest possible that you're remembering? It can be 2 months old, 3 months old, some deep pain or suffering you went through. From that pen down, what was your inner image at that time? What was your outer image at that time? What is your life image at that time? And what is the other's image at that time? Please pen down. If any of you have any other questions, you can feel free to ask. Please relax. Now, as each of you are reliving, and as you complete, please understand every time you do this reliving and reliving, all the beliefs, the words that you carry inside of you about you, and how you project yourself to others, all the past pains, wounds, incompletions, it'll all completely start healing, and you will experience a phenomenal shift inside your inner space. Today, all of us are going to be receiving this only as a initiation, where you are literally experiencing that space of complete completion through Anavopaya, Shaktopaya, and Anupaya. So let us all get ready for the initiation. Now, I request all the participants, whoever have finished reliving and whoever is yet to finish reliving, you all make sure you take the time to do the reliving and reliving. It is very, very important that you do the completion, because the signs of completion, it gives you a huge shift in your inner space, how you handle life, how you manifest life, reality around you. Yes. Now, let us all get ready to enter into the power manifestation. We are now going to be manifesting the power of materialization. See, today, all of us, as you're all doing the completion process, your ability to complete, your ability to break free from patterns, your ability to bring the space of complete completion in you is directly related to your ability to manifest, your ability to create anything you want in life. Every time you break a pattern, it becomes a power. Like patterns are like the stopping points. Every time you break a pattern, it becomes a power. Now, if we just understand this one thing, right, how you can break free from all these root thought patterns inside of you. And if you catch this, the manifesting the power of materialization will be easier. What is materialization? Basically, you are making matter into energy and reassembling that energy back into matter. So you're disassembling matter into energy and reassembling energy back into matter. Now, let us experience that exact science as the power that Swamiji has gifted all of us. Ready? Shall we all start? We're going to be having Shambhavananda. It's going to be guiding us into the manifestation.
Now we'll continue with the power of materialization. As Ma Nithyananda had said, disassembling the matter, taking it to the space of antimatter and bringing it back to matter is how teleportation happens. Now what we're going to be doing is the materialization from the energy, bringing it as matter. Nithyanandan, Nithyanandan.
Sorry for the technical glitch. I think there was a small difficulty with my was audio. So basically, what we're going to be doing, listen very carefully. You're going to be disassembling the matter to energy and reassembling the energy back to matter. This is the exact sign. You just need to connect to Swamiji. Can I request every one of you to sit straight, with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line?
Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. For any happening to happen, when we're dealing with matter, to make it energy, it's all about the vibration. That Mahavakya is the vibration that will make that form, that energy, that Paramashiva which exists out there into the matter that you can perceive in your reality. Now, in this power manifestation, all you're going to be doing is dropping your thoughts, finding that gap which exists in between your thoughts where you can access the present moment, having the power over the present, where all possibilities exist for anything to happen. Even modern science says the probability of an atom or an electron being in a particular place at a particular time is infinite. Literally, there was an article I had read which was really funny. The way they say it is like tomorrow morning you can wake up on Mars, because the probability of all your atoms being on Mars exists. The only thing is, as per modern science, naturally when you see it, they say the probability is so small it never happens. But through the power of the third eye, when you're no longer looking at it as matter, when you're looking at it as energy, as a quantum superposition of all the possibilities having the equal amount of probability to happen, that reality of you having a materialized object being as real as possible as now the reality you're experiencing, as you going and filling a cup of water or going and picking up some bhasma, that exists at the quantum level, which you access through the present moment when you drop your thoughts. When you chant the Mahavakya, bring that frequency, that vibration in tune with the cosmic energy. So now, as we're starting the power manifestation, sit straight, connect to Swamiji, remember Swamiji in your third eye. Sit as Paramashiva. Chant the Mahavakya and unclutch from any thoughts happening within you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyā. Mahamahavagyā, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyā. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now you can open your palms up. You can look around you, whether it's on your deity, on your laptop, in your palms, in your dress. You can look around and see how the manifestation of Paramashiva has happened in your space. Let's all take a few seconds to check, look around. Many times the manifestation starts as intense heat. The energy that comes starts as intense heat in the palms. If you're even feeling that, understand you are manifesting. Don't feel like, oh, there's no material, there's no object. Many times there'll be small golden flakes, small golden shiny thing. When you put the torchlight, you'll be able to see. Or else there'll be an intense heat that comes in your palms when you're doing the manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let's all now verify the manifestation that has happened. You can take a look at your palms, at your dress, on your laptop, any deities you're having. These are the places usually we see a lot of manifestation happening. And if you have manifested, take a picture and post it, celebrate the manifestation. That is a direct prasadam from Swamiji. It's a direct blessed prasadam that you have received from Swamiji.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Ma Lita Sege, you're asking that I do not see anything, Ma. Does this mean it's taking more time to manifest physically for me, please? The fundamental cognition with which we should approach manifestation, I would say, is yes, when we are seeing the thing happening, when we see, yes, we know, yes, I am manifesting powers, we say, right? But what actually is power manifestation? Now, even now, me talking to you, you see, you have, let's say, a cup of basma, and you're seeing the basma in the cup. Right now, you have materialized it there. It does not exist, but you have materialized it. Anything in your reality is your materialization. Now, through the power manifestation science, we're understanding how we're materializing this world and changing it the way we want. That's all. So, first thing, you are manifesting. That is the most important thing. You are manifesting this power of materialization. Any power it may be, the minute you have heard it, you have manifested it. Now, why it's not coming in reality? Yes, it may be taking time. You may be not be able to see it. Question yourself again and again. What is that part of me not letting me see Paramashiva's manifestation? Swamiji has said the manifestation will happen. There is, see, it's the reality is there. Just you're not looking at that reality. We understand, right? The superposition, as we hear in modern science, where the every possible pathway for the particular particle to pass through, it goes through all of the pathways, and only when it reaches the other side, it chooses which one. So there is a parallel universe, a reality in which you have manifested. But it's just your eyes are not seeing that. You've not entered that, instead of you've entered this reality. Now, all the whole thing we're doing as power manifestation is being able to tune yourself to that higher reality. That's all. So the manifestation has happened, Ma. It's just that we are yet to tune ourselves to that feed. It's like you're watching on your TV. You're watching, let's say, BBC. Now it's not that the show happening on Times Now is not going on. It's just that your frequency is tuned to BBC, so you're only able to see BBC. All you have to do is change your frequency. So now the more and more we do the power manifestation, I know you have sat through so many programs intensely. It's a cumulative decision. Every time you make the decision, yes, power manifestation is for me. Power manifestation is happening. Every time you do that, you're increasing that frequency. At one point, it will just be a breakthrough and the manifestation will happen. But the key point is to keep that will persistence. Swamiji has said it has manifested. Someone told you that if you just change the channel, you're going to be watching Times Now news. It's not that if you don't change the channel, that the Times Now is not going to be happening. It's just that you're not viewing it yet. The same way, now all we are doing is changing the channel. That's all. Changing the input that we're receiving from life. And when we realize that it's actually not an input, it's what I'm creating out there as my life, then the whole manifestation will happen now. So keep the will persistence, keep the idea, yes, understand Swamiji is manifesting right now. I am seeing a matter means it is his manifestation. And the more and more you go in that space, the manifestation will just flow through you. So now we're going to be entering into the more further understandings from Swamiji on Nityatva and Nirantaratva. Let's now listen to this from Swamiji, further understandings on Nityatva, the seventh dimension of the universe.
What is incompletion? Past interfering into the present and try to manipulate the future. That is incompletion. Your memory, form you carried in the past, entering into the present and trying to destroy the future form is incompletion. You can always see whenever you have a pain, guilt, powerlessness, incompletion, you will be visualizing, imagining your own form in a deep suffering. You will be visualizing, imagining your own form in a disgusting way. Look inside. Please understand, I am giving you a very deep insight. Whenever you are powerless, angry, violent, incomplete, look in, you will be remembering your own form from the past, which is actually you will be flashing your own photograph in your screen. Let me talk in the language of computer, you will understand. You will be running your own photographs in your screen, inner space screen, which is taken during the very sad, depressed moments. What can I do? Lost, over. That kind of the photographs which you have taken at the wrong moment and preserved, stored in high resolution, in a stupid way, in your inner space, you will go on be replaying them. See, whenever you are powerless, you are not going to remember the full smile photograph of you or the ecstatic photograph of you. When you remember that, you are going to be in the space of completion. The deha, form you carry during incompletion, just by remembrance awakens the same incompletion. Understand? Just by remembrance, something can bring incompletion or completion. The moment one incompletion is triggered by somebody, then that's all. You don't see the world anymore. The world does not exist, only my world exists. That is what is meant by the great Mahavakya, Jagat Mithya. What you perceive as my world is Mithya. Because a small incompletion, the moment it got triggered, it gets triggered. A small incompletion, the moment it gets triggered, you stop seeing the world and you are deluded in my world. Brahma Satyam, Jagat Mithya. I don't disagree. Jagat Mithya. But that does not mean in your actions you will not radiate the truth Brahma Satyam. In your actions also you have to radiate the truth of oneness, non-dual consciousness. While you are seeing your finance, your accounts, sitting with your auditor, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? While you are sitting with a spouse and having a dinner or lunch, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? When you are sitting with your team and discussing your corporate strategy, your office strategy, your consciousness, does your consciousness be established in that oneness and non-duality without falling into the powerlessness? Look in. Just your back pain disappearing is not the result of Advaita. All the pain which you have hidden in your back should disappear. Not just back pain disappearing. All the pains which you have put it in back has to disappear. Suddha Advaita Sukhabodha Jnanam. The pure Advaitas, joyful influence and the wisdom which comes out of joyful influence. Please understand, the joyful influence of Advaita is what I call completion. The joyful influence of Advaita is what I call perpetual completion. The joyful influence of Advaita is what I call Sahaja Samadhi. Paramashiva's own reflection, his own reflection in this universe is yourself. Yourself's original source in the parallel universe is Paramashiva. Listen. Understand this example. A swan, Paramahamsa, flying on the sky, is just floating in the sky. His reflection falling on a swimming pool. The reflection is you. The swan is Paramashiva. The swimming pool is your body. Understand, the moment reflection looks back to the source, it realizes it was, it is, it will be forever Paramashiva. Sometimes the reflection feels it is being hurt by the waves in the swimming pool. The reflection need to realize nothing in the swimming pool, even if the swimming pool is dried, it cannot hurt you. It cannot hurt the reflection, because reflection is centered in the source. You only have two choice. Either you can enjoy you being a reflection, or you can go back to your source. Beautifully, Paramashiva explains to Devi, anything goes circular. Listen, anything goes circular, repetitive, is reflection of me, even when it believes it is suffering. It cannot suffer. It can only forget its existence. In the delusion, it can force itself and imagine itself as if it is suffering. When that reflection looks back at the source, it realizes it is Paramashiva. It can never suffer. Listen. Listen to this deeply. You in the parallel universe is Paramashiva, the great swan floating in the space. The reflection of that great swan on the swimming pool in this universe is your individual self. That swimming pool is your body. Anything which goes round, listen. Paramashiva explains so beautifully. I'll tell you in the modern language, whether it is an atom or known universes, everything goes round it is in circular motion in the space, in Chitagasha, conscious space. Anything, whether an atom or the known universe, everything is rotating in the circular motion. What is created in the circular motion is called circular time. The time which circles, repeats itself. You can see in your body, your hunger repeats itself. Your number one, number two, number three repeats itself. Your sleep repeats itself. Your patterns repeat themselves. Your decision to smoke, your decision to drink, your decision to be addicted to something, everything is repetitive. Understand? Anything which repeats is in the circular time motion. It is within the field of Nirantaratva but not Nityatva. It is within the field of Nirantaratva but not Nityatva. If you know, anything which repeats does not hurt you, cannot hurt you. You are liberated from time. You are liberated from Kala. Among the 7 dimensions of the time, space before the past. Past. Past merging into the present. Present. Present evolving as future. Future. Future merging into the space beyond future. So totally in the 7, the space before the past and the space after the future is established in Nityatva, eternity. Past, present, see, listen. Past, past becoming present, present, present evolving as future, future. This 5 is Nirantaratva. In this Nirantaratva 5, only the present moment touches Nityatva. So, if you want to enter into Nityatva, voluntarily, if you want to break this Kala Chakra consciously, the door is open only in the present. The cumulative effect of all the practices you did and the initiations you received enters into the present. And makes you experience Nityatva. Listen. I wanted all of you to remember the cognitions I gave about Nityatva and Nirantaratva. Nityatva is 7, Nirantaratva is 5. Nityatva is all the 7 put together. Nirantaratva is this 5. In this 5, only in the present moment you touch eternity. Before the past, if you enter into that space, you can touch eternity. Through completing with all your past, you can reach that. Sometimes it may take even few janmas to reach that. And through the future, you can reach the space beyond the future by constantly being Nirvikalpa Samadhi, burning all your desires and patterns which want to repeat itself. You can reach. Again, that also sometimes may take few janmas. But entering into that Nityatva can happen in the present moment just through initiation. I'll explain this eternal, the truth of eternity. Understand? Many of your patterns, sufferings, fears are impulsive, not existential based. If you decide to sit with you and relaxed way look at you and have a mature conversation with you, much of your fears have no place inside you. If you just want to throw tantrum, how can he do that? How can she do that? How can this person do that? How can that person do that? If you are interested in throwing tantrum, all the fears, greed, everything has a place in you. But this constant tantrum based reaction and action, the life you are going to manifest around you is going to be hell. Listen to that truth. See, the constant tantrum throwing, violent hatred, action, reaction, you are going to create hell around you. Nityatva. I can use and maybe I'll create a new word. Eternal, cosmic constant. It is actually one of the dimension of the universe. One of the fundamental quality you need to access the eternal dimension of you is having restful, matured conversation with you. What am I doing? Where am I going? I am going to be eternally alive. Am I planning and building my life for that? Or am I just agitated, tantrum throwing child, thinking that there is no tomorrow? When it comes, let me face. Understand, all suffering is nothing but having this attitude. When it comes, let me face, and when it comes, you will not be able to face. That is a suffering. Understand, this is too important statement I am making. All suffering in your life is because of that blind spot you have. When it comes, let me face, and when it actually comes, you won't be able to face. In the past, you have a full freedom to form opinion about your past, and you have full freedom to create the possibility of your future. This clarity you will get only if you decide to do tyaga. Listen. I am freed. I declare boldly, I am freed, liberated from sufferings once for all. Suffering related to past, suffering related to future. Because I decided to do tyaga. Understand? You can always sacrifice the achievements, pleasantness, bliss, joy related to your past. You can always forget that you completed PhD. But you can never forget you got delayed for one of your examination because you spent time with your girlfriend, or you slept and you did not appear for that examination. That pain You will be carrying even now. Sacrificing the past related pains. Understanding even factually. Many of your pains are unjustified and incorrect. Understanding even factually your pains are not supported, justified by the reality, real happening is completion. I am repeating. Even factually, as per the real happening, what has happened, if you look what has happened from all dimension, even your pains are not justified. Your pains are not really right. Even your pains do not have justification to exist in you. If you see the past happenings multidimensionally, is completion with the past. I tell you, how much ever you say, no, I know I have some pains which are absolutely justified. No. You may be Guni, you may be Kaikeyi, you may be Surpanaga, you may be Danganaka Duck, Danganaka Dick, I don't care. You are wrong.
Your past, the past becoming the present, I think this is like such a breakthrough revelation, understanding the Nityatva, Nirantaratva. Okay, let me start this with a question. Can I request every one of you to post what according to you is Nityatva, what according to you is Nirantaratva? Come on, can I request all the participants to post, please? Madonna, Karen Hadley. Karen is laughing. Okay, come on, every one of you post what is Nityatva, what is Nirantaratva. Virupaksha, since you told, the previous time we played this video, it was not complete, so we replayed it just to make sure that you also understand. Come on, all the participants, Ma Wei Huang, Ma Zijing Yao. Can I request every one of you to post? Yes. Come on. Now please post the definition. What did you understand as Nityatva? What did you understand as Nirantaratva? I request all of you to post. Ma Orienta, I do see you sincerely sitting. Actually, I noticed quite a lot you're sitting in the sessions. Can I request you to also post? What did you understand? Ma Saroj Oblish, Wei Huang. See, there are some of you who sit very regularly and would really appreciate all of you posting. What did you understand? And same way, and similarly, Prakash Rao Ayya, Asim Ayya, Harshal Mahajan, Chellaya Parani Andi Ayya, Ashok Amin Ayya, Teike Zhang, Du Xing Zhu, Lincoln Souza, and Xingxiang Wang, Ma Sonal, Zhang Shu Cheng, Yang Zun, Xin Ming Weng. There are a lot of you. Can I request every one of you, please come on camera? Can I request all the participants to come on camera, please? See, today's is too important and want to make sure none of you are missing it out. It is very important because today's session directly is going to be working on your inner space, giving you a complete breakthrough. So please make sure that you're not missing out. I request everyone to be on camera. Come on, dear participants, Madhyana, Malilian Mustaf, Machitana Patel. Come on, every one of you post. What is Nityatva? What is Nirantaratva? Ma Sudha Dandapani, you're guessing based on the word Nityatva. What is Swamiji revealed in this session? Ma Johanna, Ma Mohini Lata, Ma Karin. Come on, Ma Karin Silva, Ma Kala Hantrika, Ma Chetna. What did Swamiji reveal as Nityatva? What is Nityatva? What is Nirantaratva? Everyone is trying hard to guess, trying to see what is it, what is it. Okay. Nityatva, Swamiji beautifully reveals this concept of time. The first thing Swamiji reveals is anything that goes in circular motion cannot touch you, cannot affect you. Swamiji gave the example of the pond, the swan, and the reflection of that swan on the pond. And the supreme swan is Paramashiva. The reflection is us. The ripples in the pond cannot affect the reflection. The reflection is untouched by the ripples created in the pond. Am I right? The reflection is completely untouched. It has no impact of the ripples created in the pond. Now, the only thing that you need to do is understand that you are reflection. You're not part of the pond. All the ripples happening there is not going to affect you. This is the first thing. And then Swami revealed about 7 types, the layers or different categories of time. Listen very carefully. Nirantaratva is the ephemeral dimension. For example, the past entering into present, present entering into future. Now, beyond this, there was a space before the past, there's a space after the future. Now, the normal time that we all know, that we all talk about, that we all measure is past becoming present, present becoming future, and future. Now, this entire layers of time that we see is Nirantaratva. But beyond this, there's a space of time which exists as it is. That is Nityatva. This Nityatva exists beyond what we understand, beyond our understanding, beyond what we grasp, everything. Nityatva is the eternal component. It is the eternal aspect, the dimension which is eternal, beyond the peripheries of time, beyond the peripheries of anything that you are stuck with. For how many of you you're hearing this for the first time and you feel like, it's like, oh my God, it's going above the head. How many of you feel like that? Beautiful. See, please catch it. Please understand this truth. Everything that is going in a circular motion, in a loop, we are stuck. And sorry, we cannot affect us. We are not stuck in that. Anything that goes in circular motion is only an illusion. That time which goes in circular motion is an illusion. It cannot affect you, the consciousness which is centered. How many of you are like, oh my God, is this? See, so many of you like, what? My Janet is saying me, my Sonia is saying me. Donna, okay. You're saying you don't know how to spell. No problem. Okay. Now, I'm sure each of you have a lot of questions with this, right? How many of you would like, especially when Swamiji said anything that goes in circular motion is an illusion, for me it's a breakthrough revelation. And I have a good news for all of you here. Today, all of you can ask your questions directly to Swamiji, not just prayers and boons, any questions. We all learned about Nityatva, Nirantaratva, the circular dimension, time, how anything that goes in circular motion does not affect us. Actually, that if I get a chance, I would definitely ask Swamiji about that because it is such a breakthrough revelation. How can something that goes in circular motion and not something that is anything that goes in circular motion, Swamiji said, cannot affect us? It's a delusion. And because time goes in circular motion, it is a delusion. Wow. It was like, even now, I cannot completely grasp it. I feel like, when Swamiji reveals further, we all will have extraordinary breakthroughs with that. So today, any of you have any questions that you would like to ask, you can feel free and post it to Swamiji. During the darshan, you can post your questions directly to Swamiji and Swamiji himself will be answering them. Yes, that's right. You get to ask your questions to Swamiji. Mylina Mayer saying it's not that easy with the 7 and 5 points. Don't worry, Mylina Mayer. As you repeat it, as you start understanding it, you'll start grasping it. It's important that you understand the truth, not the words. Leave the words. Words are secondary. But it's important that you understand the truths. The 5 layers that is in front of us, and the 6 and 7. The whole 7, there's a, listen very carefully, there is a space before the past. There is past entering into present. There is present entering into future, and there is future, and there's a space after the future. Now, all of us interact with, know, understand about only till the periphery of future and past. Past becoming present, present becoming future, future. This is Nirantaratva. We are stuck in this rut. But beyond these 5 dimensions, there is a space before the past, there's a space after the future. Now, that entire loop is Nityatva. That is what all of us are going to be initiated into today. Swamiji is going to be liberating us from all this time loop that we are stuck in, and he is going to be raising us to that highest consciousness. Catching it clear? Anyone else having any questions? Okay, so this is Nityatva and Nirantaratva. Now, all the time loop that you get stuck in, every time you're stuck in a certain past pattern, certain present, any issue that you're stuck in, if you complete with this one cognition, if you understand this one truth, you will see a beautiful way the shift will happen in you. So Deepak Katharaya is asking, what is the reason for incompletions in our life? Can we remove the incompletions and this? That's a good question. See, please understand me. When you are constantly stuck in this loop, time loop, you will have incompletions because you're prone to incompletions. Am I right? You constantly perceive yourself only within the limitations of the past and the future. But there's a space beyond that which will give you complete access, which will make you realize that all this is just an illusion. But as long as we are just stuck in this rut, we are always struggling with this, and we always are just stuck in this loop. Today's initiation is a solution for you. Today's initiation, Swamiji is going to be working on liberating us from this time loop that we are stuck in. Just working on this will make us take a huge shift, a jump, and a breakthrough. So now, let us enter into understanding what Swamiji revealed just now. Understanding about this time loop and how you can experience that instant liberation from being stuck in this illusion called time. How can we experience instant liberation from being stuck in this constant time loop? That is what we are going to be seeing now. Okay, let's enter into a very quick exercise. I request all of you to please sit along. Please bring a paper and pen. Let's all enter into the process. See, amongst the 7 dimensions of the time, Swamiji told a very important truth, right? Swamiji said only the present has access to eternity. Only the present in that whole loop connects you to eternity. Everything else makes you get stuck in the loop. Among the 7 dimensions of time, only the present is established in Nityatva. The space before and the past, before the past and after the future also established in Nityatva. And by constantly being in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you experience Nityatva. You experience that eternity. So, anything that is circular or repetitive is a reflection of Paramashivoham. Even when it believes it is suffering, it cannot suffer. It can only forget its existence in delusion. It can force or imagine itself as if it is suffering. Now, with this understanding, look at all the incompletions that you have and see where all you create this suffering. Where all do you constantly get stuck in this suffering? When you do that, when you cognize this, when you understand this one truth, you will start grasping, you will start understanding this most beautiful truth about life. You will stop getting stuck in the loop of time. Are all of you getting it? Catching it? I think this is like too much over the head concept. But understand, if you just grasp this one aspect, you will forever be liberated from all the illusions that keep circling, 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 and putting you again and again into that same suffering, that same rut. Hello. So now, all of us are going to be understanding one of the most important truths. We all understood about Nityatva and Nirantaratva. There is a space where these 7 dimensions exist. All the 7 dimensions of time exist. That space is Akasha, space dimension, where the time merges into space. Getting it? We're going to now be learning about this time-space continuum. What dimension is it where the time and the space exist together? So, I request every one of you, can every one of you take a few minutes and please post whatever understanding you have had so far about the Nityatva and the Nirantaratva dimensions. Come on, every one of you post so that you will understand the whole thing better. You'll be able to grasp the time-space continuum much more better. Take a few minutes. I request everyone to please post. Now, let us all understand this profound truth about the time-space continuum. It's a next level concept, so please enjoy.
Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Time and space the continuum of time and space is due to a stuff connecting both. That stuff is called Maya Tattva in Vedic tradition. It is not there, but it is there. Because the time and space, both the dimensions, do not have a clear border, kind of a watertight compartment border. No. Understand this very intensely. For example, if time and space put together is 100 meter, consider an 100-meter clock as time and space. For some people, 60 meter is time, only 40 meter is space. For some people, only 30 meter is time, 70 meter is space. The time and space continuum and the way it exists as reality for you is not the way it exists as reality for others. That is why some people are so excited to wake up in the morning. Some people feel, oh God, I don't know why I need to open my eyes. Listen carefully. The outer world reality is perceived between certain frequencies. Like I gave the example, 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz sound only can be perceived by any normal human being. Below 20 hertz or above 20,000 hertz, you can't perceive it. You can't hear it. Just like the sound below the 20 hertz, above the 20,000 hertz can't be heard by normal man, but it can be heard by extraordinary capability. Same way, this reality which all of us are commonly sharing with the word called world. This is also between certain frequency. For example, we will give the same like sound, 20 unit Maya to 20,000 unit Maya. It's only an example I am giving you. Between the 20 unit Maya, 20,000 unit Maya, the hertz for sound, Maya for the reality, I am using Maya word as a unit for reality. Between 20 unit Maya to 20,000 unit Maya, all of us common human beings can experience it as world, as reality. If it goes below 20 unit or above 20,000 unit, you start manifesting powers. Listen. If you unclutch intensely, it will go below 20 unit Maya. You become pure intense. If you go about 20,000 unit Maya, you become pure devotion, feeling connection. But in both you experience oneness. Suddhadvaita Sugabodham. One beautiful thing, this clarity, whether you unclutch and reach below 20 unit Maya or practice devotion, feel connected and reach above 20,000 unit Maya, you experience the same oneness. Sutta Advaita Sugabodham. If I initiate you into power manifestation, your whole body, mind starts getting grounded in that oneness space. Sutta Advaita Sugabodha. What you manifest is Shakti, not ordinary Siddhi.
Listen. The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers. Unexpected positive turn of the events and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, you can name it as power, you can name it as a God's grace, you can use any name you want, but the greater science, the cosmic science is the higher dimensions entering into the lower dimensions. For example, length, breadth, depth, time, space. If the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything time wants. Understand? This length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive, able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. Please understand, the length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions, feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, powerful cognitions about life beyond your logic and emotions. I am mapping the cosmic dimensions into your practical, every day-to-day experience. Listen. Length dimension is responsible for your logical, rational thinking. That does not mean the whole length dimension is limited to your logical, rational thinking. No. Anything which moves as per the logical, rational thinking you understand, all of that are bound by the same length dimension. For example, if you know this is the way water will flow, water moves from above to low. Water is also bound by the same length dimensions thinking. That is why your understanding about the water based on your length dimension thinking proves true forever. So, the cosmic length dimensions flow. When you understand the length dimension in you through logical, rational thinking, opens the life and its benefits of length dimension to you. A person who knows maths enjoys all the benefits mathematics brings to human life. A person who knows chemistry enjoys all the benefits the chemistry brings to human life. The person who knows biology enjoys all the benefits the biology brings to human life. Same way, if you know the length dimension and how many things in this world function based on length dimension, you will enjoy the benefits of all that knowledge in your life. Length dimension by itself is a power, independent intelligence. Same way, breadth dimension by itself is a power. Anyone who understands the breadth dimension will be an amazing lover. People will just love to hang around him. He will be an amazing, a powerful magnet, radiating love. Even if people who have difference of opinion with him for some reason or who are jealous, angry, who cherish enmity, even they can't deny they are pulled towards him. How he gravitates them. A person who understands depth dimension of the universe has access to everything which functions centered on any principle. Metallurgy, economy, politics, social science, everything which functions centered on some established principles, some deep cognitions. See, your doctor may prescribe drugs from pharmaceutical companies. One doctor may give paracetamol from one company, another doctor may give the prescription from different pharmaceutical company, but the fundamental principle, cognitions, will be same for all the doctors who are pro-life, life positive, who are oriented, who are focused on treating the patients. Understand? I was studying why Americans trust Indian doctors. You should know, Indian doctors are the most successful doctors in US, not just in number or making money, trusted by the patients, because fundamentally they don't compromise on the health of the patient. You can't buy an Indian doctor easily. I'm not saying the other culture doctors can be easily bought over. No, I'm not saying any of that. Don't make negative inference. I only wanted to say the statistics available, data available proves not only big pharmas are not able to buy Indian doctors to do unethical practices, the patients also have a high trust for Indian doctors when the patients have choices. Even if they have to travel long distance or take few more steps, they opt for Indian doctors if the Indian doctors are available. That was a surprise. I should say pleasant surprise. Because fundamentally, Hinduism builds the cognition life is sacred. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Make money within the framework of non-violence. Do not violate the fundamental principles of life. So understand, every dimension, when it enters into the lower level dimensions, it manifests intense power. Now, I want you to understand, time and space is independent intelligence and power. I'll give you simple understanding, very raw, crude, down to earth, simplest understanding. You just try to internalize this one understanding. I'll help you to go through the whole initiation and make you manifest this power. I commit with you. Just understand this one. Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive much, I should say little more than, much more than that, time is a alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you. Same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space.
The dimension of Chidabhasa of the universe, where the activism of Chit and absolute pure existential reality of Chit. Listen, the activism of Chit, we call it as Shakti. Its pure existence of Chit is called Paramapurusha. These two together, in its pure being space and intense doing space, both together, is the dimension of Chidabhasa. That space of Chidabhasa is the source of all these 5 dimensions of the universe: length, breadth, depth, time, space. Because modern day scientists are trying to use 2 different words, time and space, I am also using the same way, but in reality, time and space is a single sheet. One edge is called time, another edge is called space. There is no watertight compartment or clear fourth wall built between these two. As I said, for some people, that same 100-meter cloth, 70 meter will be time, 30 will be space. For some, the 30 meter will be time and 70 meter will be space. That the time, space, both are same sheet. Imagine. I can even use the word sheath. Avarana. Sheath. Sheath is also apt word. I tell you, tiredness starts your destruction. The idea of tiredness, when you start associating yourself with it and you feel you should be treated very cutely when you declare your tiredness, that is when the destruction starts in the life. Tiredness is your sickness. You need to be handled ferociously when you try to declare tiredness. If not, it will become depression. Tiredness plus cute teddy bear cuddly feeling with tiredness is depression. When you are tired, don't try to hug the teddy bear, cuddle teddy bear. Don't expect people to treat you with a cuddly teddy bear behavior. When people treat you cutely like teddy bear, when you are tired, be very clear. You are going to be destroyed in depression, and those people who are treating you cutely are responsible for your depression. When you declare your tiredness, you need Kala Bhairava to deal you, ferociously wake you up. Boredom leads to suicidal, tiredness leads to depression. I tell you, if you are feeling tired, just take a cup of coffee, do some yoga, learn to jog, maintain your body, and break your tiredness. Tiredness evolves as chronic fatigue and depression in your system. Tiredness evolves as chronic fatigue and depression in your system. That is why I insist on everyday yoga. Everyday yoga is the best way. Intense yoga. If you are going for work, at least 1 hour yoga. If you are not going for work, you are working from home, 2-hour yoga. To keep yourself alive. Don't try to conquer laziness for your whole life. Conquer laziness for now. Today you will not be lazy, that's all. Don't try to tell yourself, I will never be lazy ever. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Today I will not be lazy. That's it. Make sankalpas only to the time space available to you immediately. For almost all human beings, the immediate time space available for you is only next few days. Because by the time your space becomes different, you fall into deep sleep, tiredness, boredom, and when you come back, you are not the same person. Hey, don't try to act as the same person when you come out of your sleep. Immediately what is available to you. Make sankalpa for that.
I'll give you few techniques and understandings about this time-space continuum. See, the time-space continuum word, only I am trying to explain by using the original Sanskrit word Chidabhasa. The Chidabhasa only I am trying to translate with the English word time-space continuum. Some of the understandings related to time-space continuum and techniques I will reveal. Understanding is simple conscious will persistence, conscious decision. Decide, today I will not be tired. That's all. If you decide, I will not be tired for ever, immediately one part of your mind, you have inside you, your automated artificial intelligence version of your wife sitting. Hey, Lucy, how many times you told the same thing? You did the same sankalpa. You tried, and how bitterly, utterly, stupidly you failed. Keep quiet, say. Declare supremacy over the time space available to you. That is what I call Satya Sankalpa. Your whole life is not actually known to you or available to you as you falsely imagine. Listen, if you are in certain space, mood is the fragrance of the space. If you are in love, you will have the friendly mood. If you are in peace, you will have bliss mood. Moods are the fragrance, flavor of space. Your ability to retain your space is only the time available to you as your life. For example, if I can retain my peaceful, joyful space and radiate the mood of ecstasy, bliss for next 2 days, then only the 2 days is the time I have as my life. So, I can only plan for the next 2 days, only that will be successful and strengthening my confidence about me. And after 2 days, then plan for the next 2 days. That is the way you consciously start building you. Your Chidabhasa, source space of consciousness. The time-space continuum gets built consciously only with space-based sankalpas. Second, this may look too simple, but when you start practicing, you will understand how powerfully this technique works for you to be stable. Understand? The most beautiful emotion which can bring stability in your life is love. Morning when you wake up the Atma Linga which you are wearing. Mahadeva, please wake up. Morning when you take bath, Swamiji, please take bath. Pour few drop water on that linga. Always wear it. That is the best way. Pour water on your body and pour water on the linga. Swamiji, please take bath. When you eat, whatever you eat, Swamiji, please eat. When you brush, you don't need a separate brush. Nothing is wrong. I am telling you, I am your guru. To whoever I gave the Atmalinga, maybe you don't need to put the same brush on the Atmalinga, but take little Hariteki powder and put it on. Swamiji, please brush the teeth. Mahadeva, please brush the teeth. Too simple. And when you are falling asleep, tell him, Mahadeva, please sleep. Love manifests that Chidabhasa, time-space continuum in you, sweetly and beautifully. You have a special feast, celebration, anything. Mahadeva, please eat. Show to him and then eat. Start this. It is too simple. Time-space continuum. That Chidabhasa will explode in such high energy. When you spray perfume for you, just put little on him. Mahadeva, very good perfume. I got it yesterday. Lipstick, just put little, nothing wrong. Whatever I am enjoying, I have to give. This is what my gurus taught me. And I have enough Shastra Pramanas to prove what I am saying is right. Whatever you enjoy, offer it to him and enjoy. If you are lying on your couch, tell him, Mahadeva, just lie down. Rest, enjoy this sea beach. I tell you, he is neither outside you nor beyond your reach. He is the source of you. When you generate a love, sweet relationship, that makes your time-space continuum huge. Huge. Even if you don't feel like wearing your Atmalinga, even the Rudraksha is actually Rudraksha Linga. Many times, the Shastras allow, you can keep Rudraksha as the Rudraksha Linga and do Shiva Puja to that Rudraksha Linga itself. Agamas allow it. So you can keep your the Rudraksha, Kantamala itself as Atmalinga. If you don't have Atmalinga or don't want to wear the Atmalinga, you can treat Kantamala itself as Atmalinga and tell, hey, Mahadeva, please eat. Mahadeva, please take bath. Mahadeva, have shampoo. Mahadeva, have perfume. Understand this continuous love continuum will make your Chidabhasa powerful. Your Chidakasha will become strong, and the time-space continuum will expand. I tell you, this attitude, this will start building everything. People who lived around me can remember very clearly, even if some book is printed, invitation printed in our Kailasa, in our Sangha, and first copy is brought to me. First I'll take it and put it on Atmalinga. I always have Atmalinga on my body. Whenever, if I am not wearing it, it is there in the Ananda Gandha. I'll put it on Atmalinga and say, Paramashiva, please have it. I tell you, that will bring such extreme sweet relationship. And you just see, even if you start understanding He is watching over, He is continuously seeing you, that is enough to make you fall in love and explode in love. I have seen people, the moment they know I am seeing them, they just go crazy with love. The moment you start understanding Mahadeva is watching you, you just explode in love. The Chidabhasa explodes. Vyutpatti of the word Chidabhasa means the explanation of the word Chidabhasa, Chita Abhasaha Pradivimbaha, reflection, and the source of Chit, consciousness. Buddhavatma Pradivimbe Jivaha Jive. The source and reflection of consciousness, Chit, in the Buddhi, in your being, self. Buddhi vritti chidabhasau idi vedanta karika. This word chidabhasa is used in Vedanta Karika as buddhi vritti chidabhasau. Listen. The source where the being of Chit and doing of consciousness is felt, manifests, Chidabhasa. First few days only it will be like a monologue. You are talking to Paramashiva. Just after a few days you will see that he is responding in your inner space. You just know he accepted your food. You just know he is happy with the cold shower you gave. You just know he is happy with the perfume you gave. The love starts becoming complete circle. You give, he showers. You give, he showers. That whole ecstasy starts. I tell you. He always showers. He always showers. He always showers. See, ability to inspire yourself without the external inspiration means you found the source of your love inside, internally. Chidabhasa of you has opened up. The Chidabhasa in you is Paramashiva.
How many of you understood the time space continuum in the most unique aspect? For how many of you, this time space continuum was a very, very, very beautiful thing? What did you understand as time space continuum? Let's start with that. I think this is one of the most important and most unique revelations from Swamiji, to be able to understand the time space continuum, how this whole thing functions, and how we experience it.
See, first, first step for this, I request all of you to post what all have you understood so far. Meaning you're learning about something like very, very, very powerful, right? So just take a few minutes and I request all of you type and post what did you understand. Ma Sherry Gao, Karen Hadley, Ma Sonia Rao, and Ma Margarita, Madonna, Fei Yu Wong. I request all of you take a minute and post what you have understood. Masudha Dandapani is posted. When we generate, okay, then this is the last session. Can I request all of you to post it now? What did you understand? Take a few minutes and post what all you have understood. We generate love that makes our time space continuum huge, right? Nitya Vedanta Shakti. Wow, such a beautiful name. Ma, what did you understand? Diana's pillow was posted. Love is a source that needs to open up inside of us. All right. Is it something that needs to open up inside of us? Or is it our own dimension that exists that you just need to express more? Love is something that is, love is our very way of life. That energy is continuously existing. And you don't need to open up that love because that energy is there. You just need to channel it a little more. You exist, every breath of yours is infused with that love. Whether it's a calculated love, selfish love, or a selfless love, it is existing in some form or another. Even if it's the most selfish love, there's still that love energy that's existing in this. All right. I request all of you to post. What else did you understand? Come on, all the male participants. Come on, everyone. Okay. Deepak Katharaya has posted a question. I think you posted it a little while ago. Previous session. Deepakaya, can I please request you to also come on camera? I don't know see you on camera. Actually, the main
A lot of you are not on camera. Can I please request every one of you to please come on camera? Come on. Bhupendra Goderavaya, Nithyanandam, Taike Zhang, who's saying, I understand for many of you it's late in the night, and for each of you, you're all in different time zones, obviously. And it's wonderful to see you all sincerely sit even through your night and day to receive the initiations. So that's wonderful. But let's make sure for you to receive. You are taking so much time out there to be here, right? Let us make sure that you are here ready to receive the initiation and to have the best experience. Come on. Can I request every one of you to come in the camera? Very, very soon we'll all be entering into darshan and we'll be entering into the preparation for the darshan. So it is very important that we understand these truths. We apply these truths. We understand the sciences and we are preparing for the darshan. So can I request everyone to please come on the camera, settle down. All right. So now Swamiji revealed one of the most important truths to all of us through this. See, many times we all get stuck into a certain illusion. We all get stuck into a certain delusion. Breaking free from those delusions, understanding those incompletions, delusions sitting inside of us, breaking free from all of them. And the time space continuum, the place where all the dimensions merges together and exist. It is very important that we grasp these truths that Swamiji has revealed. If any of you have any questions, you would like to understand something more, please make sure that you are having these questions during the darshan. You all can post it directly to Swamiji and receive the answers.
You all can post on various different social media platforms. And you all would have heard Swamiji actually calling out from different platforms like Instagram, Twitter. We have today's Paramashivoham post that is posted on these platforms. You can go and post a reply to it and ask your questions to Swamiji. And Swamiji will be blessed ones are definitely going to be receiving the answers directly from Swamiji, where Swamiji reads out your question and gives you an answer. Okay, Tirthurupaya has posted time space continuum exists
for everyone, but it's experienced differently by all. For example, when you wake up in the morning, some are refreshed and others are tired. You can shift your time space continuum by living an Atmalinga centric life. Within a few days of practicing Atmalinga centric life, we will start to experience Mahadeva respond with love. So beautiful. How many of you actually started? You know, some of us carried Atmalinga continuously with us. Who all have already started living with your Atmalinga? This is one of my favorite from, especially when last season Swamiji had blessed us in the last day. And I literally saw him so many times, even like when a simple thing like weather or something we wanted to happen, just continuously talking to Swamiji through the Atmalinga has been miraculous. How many of you have been experiencing this?
all have started this lifestyle. Living with your Atmalinga. All have started. Come on. Anybody side? No one? I don't see any. I have started. Okay. Punitha Naya's waving his hand and he's showing his Atmalinga. Okay. Who else? In a very, very powerful way, actually, Swamiji will be responding to you through your Atmalinga. It's just so powerful. Actually,
He
Swamiji
also revealed one of the most important truth. The skin of the cosmos is time. Like how you have the skin in our body and we feel it, right? When you touch your skin, you feel it. When someone touches your skin, you feel it. The skin of the cosmos is time. Every time you are stuck in a certain incompletion, understand you keep rubbing in that time with friction.
Actually, sorry, Mom.
Satya has asked this question saying, Mom, my Atmalinga is chipped off and it's not healing itself. I have started to live with my wonderful, but don't worry. Just tell your Atmalinga to heal. It's like a superpower. Once in 2015, I'll always keep my Atmalinga. Like if I want healing or anything, I'll just put on. Like that time I had like lots of throat infection, something I had. So I put my Atmalinga on my throat and I had slept on. Next morning when I woke up, I didn't realize that I had kept the Atmalinga, and it just fell from like the height, and it just uh, fell on the ground and hard surface. And it got a crack inside, and it had shipped off outside. And I just started putting chandan to it, like, and just started. I requested Swamiji, you should only heal yourself like that. I just started praying to Swamiji to heal the Atmalinga. And in for 1 week or so, I did not remove that chandan. After a week, it is completely gone. Now you will not even find a trace of that. Like you won't find a chip or a scratch, nothing. It is actually so powerful. Try and see. Just talk to your Atmalinga. Come on. Your Atmalinga is able to heal anyone of anything, cause so many miracles to you. Do you think it cannot heal itself? It is Swamiji's own power. He's just there with you in your pocket. So just talk to your Atmalinga more, and definitely you'll see your Atmalinga will heal itself. Consciousness, the skin of the cosmos, time is constantly rejuvenating itself. This rejuvenating skin, time penetrates our skin and constantly rejuvenates us. Yes, beautiful.
That's a very beautiful understanding and a very important one as well. Like Swamiji revealed, the equivalent of our skin for the cosmos is time, and the equivalent of our nervous system for the cosmos is space. The time and space continuum and the way it exists as reality for us, it is not the way it exists as reality for others. The way I experience time space continuum, the way she experiences time space continuum, the way you experience time space continuum, it is different. It is not the same for all of us. Ability to inspire yourself without the external inspiration means you found the source of your love inside internally, the Chidabhasa. Chit Abhasa. Chit Abhasa is experiencing your consciousness, the love. That is time space continuum. These are the three most important truths Swamiji revealed. First is about the skin and nervous system of the cosmos, which is time and space. Second is about how the time space continuum is a reality, different reality for each of us. And the third is how your ability to inspire yourself without external inspiration means you found the source of your love inside. That is your Chidabhasa. Actually, in Gurukul, right? It's a very beautiful thing that Swamiji brings us all up with. In Gurukul, we never are entertained to have anything exciting us, anything that we like, depend on externally. We're always taught to have the source of inspiration as internal. How we drive ourselves as something internal, the eternal component. As long as it's outside, it's ephemeral, it's not eternal. The moment it is from inside you, it is inexhaustible because the resource is inside of you.
For example, many of you, after you finish your morning puja and you're just freshly starting your day, you feel like there's so much of space in you. What does space mean? Like, for example, you start planning, this is how you want to get your day done. Just so you're going to do this is A, B, C, and this is part of your to-do list for today. And you're going to achieve these goals for today. And you start with a fresh morning, right? These are some days. And there are some other days where you feel like, okay, you know what? I don't really feel like doing it. I don't really think I could get things done. And I feel really down. And you feel it would be like, let's say you wake up at the same time. 6 a.m. you woke up yesterday, you were all joyful, you're blissful. You felt like there is so much of time that's available for you. You're able to plan, you're able to get things done. The very next day, you also feel like you're again waking up in the same time, but you're dull, sometimes depressed, bored, and you don't know, you don't feel like you can get anything done. How many of you have experienced these two types of you, like these two dimensions of you? Who all have experienced this? who all has seen like this, these two kinds of things. Once you feel like, yes, I have so much of space, I can get these things done. And one more side, you feel like, not really, not today, maybe later. Or I just don't feel like I can do anything to. See, same time and space, look at how it's occurring for you inside, how you're able to experience life. It is not the actual available time or not. It is you, how you relate at that time and then space. Just take an example, Swamiji. How, if you actually look at the way Swamiji's life is, what all amazing things Swamiji has done for humanity. And actual life, the number of years Swamiji has lived on this planet Earth so far, you will feel like, God, how can one person do so much? Do you know Swamiji has the world record of being the single author who has written the
Largest
largest
number of
number of
books.
books. Single author who has written largest number of books, 1,200 plus books. Sorry, 1,300 plus books.
Swamiji himself has written.
And also, it's not just this one. Along with this, Swamiji also has the Asia Book of Records for the largest number of festivals celebrated in a year, and for the longest, like the largest number of asanas done in a single hour.
And
Swamiji also has been continuously sitting and conducting programs, curating the content for people, ensuring that people are experiencing the superconscious breakthrough, are able to manifest powers. And Swamiji is the world's largest collector of Drakshas. Swamiji is the world's largest collector of the palm leaf scriptures. And he has made all of these available to us. Like just anyone, even if they achieve even one of these dimensions, they cannot do it in Swamiji's scale. All anyone, if they have written these many number of books by now, they would be, I don't know, maybe 80, 90 years old. Swamiji is just 46. How can some one person do so much and yet continue being like doing again and again, more and more and more? How? That shows Chidabhasa, where how the space expands for Swamiji in one at the same time, doing multiple things, running multiple projects, and sitting. And Swamiji will not, like how Swamiji says, right? You're not a number for me, you're a being for me. He will attend to each one of us one by one. How many of you feel like, I feel like Swamiji is there exclusively with me? How many of you feel that? Like he attends to you, you know that Swamiji is there with you. Look, so many of you raising your hands. Yes, understand that itself you can see. He does all of these and continues to be with each one of us. And on top of everything, Swamiji will say, I'm not doing anything. Paramashiva is doing everything. God, that is the way when you have the Chidabhasa, where you have the awakening of that consciousness in you. You have access to your whole space. You can just rock the world the way how Swamiji is doing. He's just there with us, continuously being with us. How many times you have felt like Swamiji just knows what you're thinking, and he'll just exactly attend to you. It might be through a blessing, it might be through a darshan, it might be through a satsang. It'll be like every satsang, so many times in satsangs, I'll feel like, yes, Swamiji is just talking to me. This is just for me, Swamiji is talking. And I'll see even so many more people feel the exact same thing. How attending to each one of us and doing so much. And making on top of everything, he makes his whole thing available completely for free to people. Whether it's books, whether it's the education, whether it is food, whether it is the health techniques, everything, yoga sessions. How? This is what will happen to you when your chidabhasa, the awakening happens. What Diana's pillow was saying, it's unreal, but we are seeing it in reality. That's actually just to, even if you start meditating, start even cherishing how Swamiji lives.
Even if you just entertain that cognition in you, just entertain that cognition in you, your inner space will start cognizing that. From young age, what do we entertain? We entertain struggles. We entertain, oh God, time is not enough. We can't do this. We can't do that. One thing at a time. All of these. And there's always what do you hear about? You hear about stress, you hear about struggles, you hear about this and that to achieve success. So by default, your understanding becomes that to achieve success, I need to go through all of these.
Bhupendra Goreravai is asking, what Swamiji has written 1,300 books? Yes, Swamiji has written more than 1,300 books. All these books are available completely for free, and and you can access these in nithyanandapedia.org. It's completely for free. 1,300 books Swamiji has written. And this is like addressing all aspects of your life. You literally, any problem you have, just go pick up a book of Swamiji, it'll already have a solution for you. And whether it's books on astrology or Upanishads, various scriptures of Hinduism, all the major scriptures, Swamiji has already spoken about it and written about it. And on top of that, like research Swamiji does. Like, for example, you all would have noticed, right? Like songs that we have during the darshan. Many of those would be like specific mantras. That mantras would be for that particular deity, and it'll be you will not get it that easily. It's not something that's it's just available on YouTube. No, this Swamiji will identify which siddhar actually wrote that mantra and who was the siddhar for that particular siddhas. The ancient scientists who specialize in alchemy, the spiritual alchemy, and they have certain techniques like just through sound and vibration. They'll help you awaken your kundalini, do the spiritual processes in you. So Swamiji will identify whatever initiations, like every day Swamiji gives us so many amazing initiations, right? Each of these initiations, Swamiji will go, refer back to the scriptures, pull out the exact reference for that process, and he will test it on himself, and he'll find out which siddhar had given that particular process, and he'll go and pull up the exact song or the mantra that is from that siddhar, and that is what is played during the darshan. Or take the jewels. How many of you notice, like based on the initiation, Swamiji wears some specific jewels. Like whenever it's Nataraja, you'll always see that Nataraja deity on Swamiji's this heart chakra. You'll actually see specific jewels like that. Same with the ayudams, like whatever, like if Dakshinamurti is coming and sitting, you'll actually see whether the jata style, or the detailing. All this Swamiji only micromanages and does. And at the same time, Swamiji will be micromanaging, like he will know exactly how many plates are there in Tiruvannamalai for the Annada. And what
Tell that because if you just notice how in each, see, typically if we are focused on one thing, let's say we are working in one project, what do our logic of functioning will be? We'll be like, oh, I have to focus on this, I have to attend all the details in this, so I can't do other things. But for Swamiji, it's completely the opposite. Swamiji works by the principle, if you have to do one thing properly, that means you have to do everything properly. Only if you do everything properly, you can do one thing properly. So you will see everything that Swamiji involves into, it will be like Swamiji will know the details so precisely. Swamiji will tell exactly how many doors are there in which Adinam. Swamiji will know the count by heart, meaning he will not even need anyone else to give him the count. And at the same time, he'll remember how many of our names Swamiji will remember. And Swamiji will remember the last Guruvak that Swamiji gave us. That experience, that space, literally like being as Swamiji, the way Swamiji exists, the way Swamiji lives, that Chidabhasa, because Swamiji's consciousness is immensely light, like just beautiful, and it is like a child. And at the same time, Swamiji is completely having all the knowledge, everything into him. And that's why we can see even every aspect, Swamiji is so involved as a person, as a human being. Swamiji is so hardworking. And as an avatar, Swamiji gives enlightenment, ultimate fulfillments, and boons. Everything Swamiji does without compromising one for another. Now, let us all take a few minutes. I request every one of you to write this down. Please take a few minutes to type this and post it. These are the 5 cognitions for you to understand the time space continuum. So please take a few minutes and you all can type it down. Now, in this same space, let us all enter into the power manifestation. See, all of us have now understood about the time space continuum. We also typed out, internalized this. Now, can I request every one of you to please sit straight? Can I request all the participants to come on camera and please sit straight? Come on. Can I request everyone to please come on camera? Ma Janel Silal, Ma Mingto Singh. We're all going to be entering into the preparatory sessions for the darshan, and all of these processes are very important. Can I request everyone to sit straight? Okay. Please listen carefully. You are going to be now experiencing the Chidabhasa. Means there's a part of you inside you which is eternally in that love, in that bliss, experiencing that consciousness. Now, you just need to tune yourself into that space and you need to manifest that experience. Understand today's power, you know why we are manifesting this power? When you transcend the parameters of time and space, you fall in tune with the rhythmic continuum of the cosmos. This power of materialization, I'll just show you all one picture. Here, this conch was actually teleported to Swamiji by Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, Swamiji's own guru, yoga guru. And in front of Swamiji's own eyes, when Swamiji was very young, Swamiji's guru was training Swamiji, and immediately what happened was one day that Raghupati Yogi's son was there, and he asked, Father, the conch that was kept from the puja items is missing. And Raghupati Yogi just gave a mystical smile and he replied, I told you it has reached where it needs to reach. And at that exact time, Swamiji materialized, means Swamiji received a conch that had Raghupati Yogi etched on it, which is basically Raghupati Yogi's conch. See, this power of when you are sitting in the presence of Guru, he makes his experience, Atma Pramana, as your experience, Sakshi Pramana. You don't need to be convinced, you don't need to understand, you don't need to know why, how, what, when, where. It's okay. Just sit in that space, relax yourself into that space, consciousness, and manifest. Shall we all get started? See, don't wait for your understanding. Don't wait for you to experience. Don't wait for you to have that shift, breakthrough. Relax into it. It's okay. Let Swamiji flow through you. Can I request every one of you to sit straight? Can all of you please clasp your hands like this? You're going to be keeping your hands like this completely. And you can rest it on your lap. You're going to be basically materializing. See, the science of materialization is very simple. There's an object. Let's say you have a powder, bhasma. Now, the teleportation science is the solid matter that you have, you're going to be disintegrating it into energy, transferring that energy, reconverting that energy back into matter. Now, let's say I have this ring. Okay. So let's say I want to send this ring from my place to one of your place. The science behind teleportation is very simple. I am going to disintegrate this energy. See, sorry, basically this is matter, right? What is matter? The particles are so tightly packed. It's so together. And that's what forms a matter. Am I right? Now, the science is very simple. I'm going to be disintegrating this matter to energy. I'm just going to be making it back into particles. So let's say that matter now becomes energy. And then I send that energy to whichever desired place and I reassemble that energy back into matter. You just need to know the science. Don't worry about the results. Know the science, understand how it works. Now, keep a plate of any powder on one. Keep empty plate right in front of you. Just look intensely through the third eye. Observe the matter into energy. Visualize like a golden light and send that energy back into matter in the other plate. Just play with this power, okay? Shall we all start? Don't try to focus, concentrate, just play with it.
Paramashivoham
Chant the Mahavakya. Let us all please start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
And now, in the same space, let us all enter into one of the most important sessions of our day today, conquering time. This is a very important session. I request all of you to provide your complete listening and let us listen to the session Revelations on Conquering.
I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Conquering time. First, few basic understandings, few basic truths. Please understand, every sacred secret, every sacred truth I am uttering, every word need to be internalized and internalized. Do not sit with the intellectual tiredness. Usually people have this pattern. Tell us finally what we should do. No, things don't work like that. Please understand. Every word I am uttering matters. I'll give you a small example from my own life. One of my guru, Annamalai Swamigal, in course of conversation he told me that we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. When I was sitting alone and contemplating about it, we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. What does he mean by it? I actually experimented. I took a knife and cut my thigh to see whether we have pain or not. Of course, I had pain and I was taken to hospital and stitches were done and all that has happened. But I could not think what my guru uttered is lie. I was continuously contemplating. I had a yoga guru. He was also a Paramahamsa. One day he explained, he usually comes to the house where I was born and brought up. He will come home early morning, 4 o'clock, and drag me out of the bed and take me to the temple and teach yoga. I was a kid. Sometimes the moment I am out of bed, he will make me drink coffee so that I will not go back to bed. One day he was telling, see, before coffee how you feel, that you want to lie down and nothing other than sleep matters. Just a cup of coffee, you are ready to listen to me, and suddenly I became more important, yoga becomes more important. All the ideas that you should do yoga makes more sense. Without a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should sleep makes more sense. Just with a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should do yoga and take care of your health, build your body so you can get enlightened. All these ideas make sense. he made a very important statement which I want to translate in English for all of you. He said, the physiological, psychological, neurological effect on you is not you. Please understand. One guru made a statement, you are not the body. The other guru made a statement, the physiological, psychological, neurological effects happening on you is not you. How many of you click with that second statement? Actually, both statements finally mean the same, but the second statement suddenly made so much sense to me. Yes. Please understand. Because I could see my seeking is not just equivalent to a cup of coffee, but a cup of coffee can make such big impact. It can just drive away the sleep, make the whole yoga happen in me with enthusiasm, excitement. So when I was analyzing, cup of coffee cannot be equivalent to my seeking. The first statement I am making, please listen. The first statement I am making, time is a matter. Second statement, it is not absolute as you think. Please understand. Now I will make these statements into your experience. These two are the Mahavagyas now. When you perceive this world through this body, you can never doubt the authenticity of this body or the authority of this body. But when you are perceiving the dream world through the dream body, this body does not have authority over you. The first truth, time is a matter. And it does not matter. Time is a matter and it does not matter. You can manipulate it as you can manipulate your body. Understand? You can make your body big or small with certain practices, diet control. You can manipulate it. You can play with it. Same way, you can play with time. You can play with time. I have seen in my own life. Morning 5 o'clock, early morning 5 o'clock to night 11 o'clock, I'll be sitting with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I don't know how the sun rises and sun sets, but at night, few hours when I need to be in the house, away from him, I'll move the clock 10 times, thinking that it is not moving, it has stopped. I'll feel why the nights are so long. Time is slow when you wait. Time is fast when you are late. Time is deadly when you are sad. Time is short when you are happy. Time is endless when you are in pain. Time is long when you feel bored. Every time, time is determined by your feelings and psychological conditions, not by clocks. So learn to have nice time always. Whatever now I am sharing, most of you may know that ideas, nothing new. But I am trying to set the context so that I can lead you into the deeper understanding, especially the experience to make these understandings permanent. Time is a matter it does not matter. It can be manipulated as you want. You can play with it as you want. One more understanding I received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara about time. Listen carefully. The whole life is just a vast canvas. Space is the canvas. Imagine 200-mile length canvas on which lot of paintings are there. The paintings which you already perceived is called past. The painting you are perceiving is present. The painting you are going to perceive is future. But the truth is all three exist. All three exist. Next statement I am making. Please listen. First statement I am making. Past, present, future, all three exist. And the next statement I am making, you can alter all the three. We always think, if all three already exist, how can I alter my future? If it is already existing, how can I alter? Understand? The painting exists does not mean you can't add something to it. Your powerlessness, I can't add something to it, only makes you stop adding. And very important statement I am making now. Not only you can alter the future, you can alter your past. How? We will make. You can alter your past. One, time is a matter, it does not matter. Second, your psychological ups and downs, physiological ups and downs are not you. Next, your past, present, future exists now. Next, it exists now does not mean you are bound by it. You can alter not only your future, even your past. Listen carefully so you can understand. Few minutes. Your experiences with time as perception. Listen, I'll repeat. When you are restless, how time doesn't move. When you are sad, time is long. I gave various definitions of time. When you are happy, time flies. Your experience about this truth I have given many definitions about time. Time is slow when you wait. Time is fast when you are late. Time is deadly when you are sad. Time is short when you are happy. Time is endless when you are in pain. Time is long when you feel bored. About these perceptions, I don't want to give the title experience for this. Please understand. Only when you experience the reality that is called experience. Everything else is only perception. All the people who are in delusion, if they agree something common, that is called fact. One person who is waking up from the delusion, see something little higher than the common understandings among the deluded people, he sees truth. When he is fully out and experiences the existence, that is reality. Only for reality I want to use the word experience. You can't use the word experience for anything else. So your perception about time, at least 2-3 incidents when you felt time is too long, 2-3 incidents when you felt time is too short, 2-3 incidents when you felt time literally flies. 2-3 incidents when you felt, is the clock, something is wrong with the clock? Is it repaired? Why it is not moving? Why it is not changing? Just 2-3 in your life. Try to recollect and pen down. A few minutes. So when I am explaining the next truths, you will easily be able to relate with it. That is why. See, whatever I am explaining, If you do not internalize, understand I am using the word internalize. Analyzing for the sake of internalizing is internalizing. Analyzing for the sake of discarding is atheism. Atheists analyze everything only to discard. Take few minutes, recollect, write elaborately. Don't take like notes, college notes. No. Recollect at least 2-3 incidents for each of this concept. When time was too long, or when time was too short, when time was not just moving. Once I remember, I spoke continuously for 14 hours without moving from the seat. One session, introduction to Shivagamas. I introduced Shivagamas in 2005. I still remember the old meditation hall, which we used to call that time Devasabha. And I don't know whether you guys will be able to believe, we have a video record. Not a single one went out even for 1, 2, 3 break, no tea, no breakfast, nothing. It's not that I told them to not to move. Like today morning I said, let's have absolute no movement. It's not that. I told them whenever anybody wants to go out, please go and eat and come. I am going to move out only after I feel I have introduced. Later on only I realized it was one session at a stretch. So sometime you would have had an experience when the time was too short. 14 hours was just maybe half an hour. That's the way it was. Time was too short. If you look in your life, there will be some period. Time was too short. If you are married, you will have a lot of examples. Just right before marriage, after marriage, that's write some incidents when you felt time was too long, some incidents when time was too short, some incidents when time was not just moving, some incident when time was just flying. I had a fortune of meeting a great Paramahamsa. His name was Sundananda Swami. He was from Ramakrishna order in Mangalore. Now he is no more, he left the body. In his room he will have 25 clocks. One will show 8:30, one 9:10, another one 1:30, another one 2:40. Like this 25 different times. I used to ask him, Maharaji, why this is an elderly person. Maharaji, why like this? So many clocks with so many time. What is actual time? He will say, hey, Koka. Koka means in Bengali, small boy. He will say, hey, Koka, whatever time I want, I will keep that clock as a real time. It was very shocking. And he was head of the monastery where so much need to happen as per the chronological clock. But he was always making everything happen. You may wonder, is it practically possible? For my type of, each one thinks your type is the specific, special type which has no similarity in the planet Earth. Each one of us think that. You don't know about me, Swamiji. You may think, but I tell you it is possible. I'll make it. I'll repeat what you have to write. The strong thought currents, powerlessness, incompletions from the past, which is influencing and driving you into your future. those powerlessness moments, why you decided to become wealthy, why you decided to become powerful. If it is out of passion, great, no problem. If there is some powerlessness, some incident, incompletion is influencing you, pen down that. Let's catch the influence of the past on your thinking system. There are some people, by conquering the future, want to change the past. That is called history. When a man wins politically, he changes the whole past. That is history. But by changing the past, changing your future is reality, enlightenment. Listen carefully. Your past is not as you perceived and recorded. That is why, please understand, it is not bad news, it's a good news. Your past is not as you perceived, recorded, stored, archived. It's a good news. That is why I am saying you can change it. Your reality, you can stop time. I am not giving you false hope. I am giving you a science. But before I help you to conquer the physiological, chronological time, I have to help you to conquer psychological time. This is the first step. Then I can lead you to conquer physiological, then physical. Let me describe what I mean. When I say conquering psychological time, I mean not being affected by the psychological ups and downs, and anything happens in you psychologically does not touch you. I remember beautifully, Arunagiri Ishra asked me, what do you want to become? I said, Sadashiva. He said, that is the only reality. Anything which makes you perceive psychologically, physiologically, neurologically, all that does not touch you. This is reality. I don't know the power with which he said, the way in which he said. I just know that is the truth. From that moment, it is just vibrating in me as a truth. That is reality. Nothing else touches. First, if you conquer psychological time, means no psychological effect can happen on your system, on you. Next is conquering physiological time, means even physiologically other than your decision of who you are, nothing else can have effect over your physiology. That is what I mean, conquering physiological time and conquering chronological time. Now, few minutes. The heavy powerlessness you experienced in the past, which is influencing your thinking, It can be as simple as your elder brother snatching a chocolate from you, or as difficult, as complicated as your friend snatching your girlfriend away from you. It can be anything. Past sitting heavily on you and influencing your thought current. The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future, is incompletion. So the major incompletions which is influencing your thought current. Why don't you take a few minutes and pen down?
This is all now pen down. This exercise, this very exercise that Swamiji has given to us. All of us are going to be doing this. Are all of us ready? We are now going to be working on this conquering of time. How Swamiji explained to us how time occurs to us and how we experience whether the movement between the past or to future, past to future, and how to make that movement to zero. Very powerfully, Swamiji explained to us. Now, let's just first go through the highlights from the session, and then we are going to be doing the exercise part. Ready? All right. First, time is a matter and it does not matter. You can manipulate it as you can manipulate your body. Past, present, future, all three exist. Exists now does not mean you're bound by it. You can alter not only your future, even your past. Changing the past, changing your future is reality. So these are few of the highlights from the session. Now, take a few minutes and recollect, write elaborately, at least 2-3 incidents of each of this concept. Sit and write down now. This is the exercise Swamiji actually given to us in the video itself. Please write down when time was too long for you, when time was too short for you, and when time was not just moving. You're extremely bored. Please take a few minutes. Let's start it now. It will take about 2 minutes for this.
detailed, don't take it like a notes. Write down the entire incident for each of these. Yes, if you're all done, I request you all to post in the chat that you're done. All those who have finished writing, please post in the chat that it is done. Now, Swamiji explained to us about 3 things, right? Now, let us work on conquering the psychological time. The psychological time means not being affected by the psychological ups and downs. Anything that happens in you psychologically does not touch you. See, please understand, Swamiji revealed beautifully, right? How your inner space not being touched by the psychological, physical, physiological ups and downs that happens inside of you. So conquering the psychological time means many times when you feel depressed, time will just not move. It will be like clock is sticking, stuck, it's not moving. Right? Write down. Now, wherever you have written down previously, relive those incidents. I request every one of you to understand this truth. This is a psychological time. Wherever you keep this and wherever you are stuck with this, it will just be, you will be stuck in that place. And you not being affected by that up and down, psychological ups and downs means you're flowing with life. So just see that, and I request every one of you to pen down, whatever you have penned down, I request every one of you to relive. Look in, relive and relieve.
Swamiji told in a different way. Swamiji did not tell like this. What? Swamiji said each one is physiological. That 3 things Swamiji told to write down. You have to relive after that. Now what? Just reliving. So please take a screenshot and show it to her. Don't even understand her.
After all of you have finished reliving, let us move to the next step. Sit and decide you're going to be in complete completion with that. Wherever you are stuck. And when you have done the reliving, you will see that the form you are able to remember in which incompletion happened itself will melt down. It will lose its power over you. The way you cognize, the way you understand, the way you experience that situation in itself will change altogether. You all catching it? So when you are doing this completion process, right, when you are reliving and reliving, you are going to be experiencing that complete healing of that incident. Let's say that incident that was there sitting inside of you in the past and it was affecting you. Now, when you relive this incident, you're going to be completely completing yourself, your inner space from that whole rut that you are stuck in. So, your whole incident, the way you remember it itself, will melt in you. Yes, past sitting in present is in completion. That's right, Madhahanananda. Okay. Now, we are going to be entering into the next session. And this is a preparatory session for today's initiation. I request all the participants to please settle down and please come on the camera. Very, very soon we are going to be having darshan. And this is a very important session for the darshan. It is very important to understand this for the darshan. So we request all the participants to please come back, settle down. Please be seated. And if you have any of your friends, family members, please invite them. Today we are going to be having a very special initiation. Anupaya, initiation of Shaktopaya, Shambhapaya and Anavopaya, purification of the body, purification of the mind, purification of the consciousness through initiation. It's a very, very powerful process. We request every one of you to please gather. If you have any of your friends, your family members, and you don't want them to miss it, please make sure you're informing them. We have about an hour or so left. So please inform your friends, family members to join in for the darshan. And
a very important thing. Today's initiation is also going to help us to break free from the time loop, meaning the time, whether the impacts and influences of your past, present, future, which is sitting on you, basically the impact of your past, which is sitting and suffocating your present and not letting you experience your present or manifest the future the way you want. You being free from it. The initiation is going to be really, really powerful. And we request all the participants to invite your family members who would be, like who was having some kind of issues with managing time and they are looking to have a breakthrough on this, you can definitely invite them. So it's a very powerful initiation that's going to be there today. And Swamiji explained
how through this Anupaya initiation, you will start experiencing the multidimensional activities. Means you will break the barriers of time. You don't have time, you're stuck in time, you're only able to do one thing at a time. You will break all of this and you will manifest that Paramashiva in you. Means you will be able to do multiple things at the same time, simultaneously, spontaneously. Yes. Now, let us all enter into a very, very important session to prepare ourselves for the initiation today. We need to know first what is time? What is the principle? What is the Kala Tattva? How does time function? What is time? What is space? How does the time function? the units of time, past, present, and future, which we use to measure? And how do we experience the reality that we see in front of us? How do we transcend time? We're going to be learning about all of this in this session. It's a very important session, so please do not miss. This is a preparatory process for today's initiation, because today's initiation, we are going to be literally settling ourselves into completely purifying our body, mind, being, and to be able to manifest Paramashiva in us. Okay, so now let us all listen to these beautiful revelations from Swamiji, where Swami is going to be taking us through understanding Kala Tattva, how we can exist beyond the 3 units of time.
Bondage is not mandatory in Shaiva tradition. Actually, in the real cosmic spiritual tradition, which is Vaidika Saivam, Shuddhatvaita Saivam, in Vedic tradition, bondage is not mandatory. The unnecessary sanctity granted to the man-made laws is responsible for all confusions. Unnecessary sacredness associated to the man-made laws, unnecessary sanctity granted to the man-made laws is responsible for the confusions, and human beings started believing that bondage is mandatory. Not only bondage is not mandatory, it is actually non-existence. It is actually non-existent. Unconscious human society, irresponsible human beings passing on the unconscious rules and regulations without reviewing them even once with the present needs and consciousness. That unconscious structure is responsible for all the bondages. If you understand these principles, Shiva Tattva, Shakti Tattva, Sadashiva Tattva, Ishvara Tattva, Shuddha Vidya Tattva, Maya Tattva, Kala Tattva, Nedi Tattva, Kala Tattva, Vidya Tattva, Raga Tattva, Purusha Tattva, Prakriti Tattva, Buddhi Tattva, Manas Tattva, Ahankara Tattva, Pancha Jnanendriyas, Pancha Karmendriyas, Pancha Tanmatras, Pancha Mahabhutas. You will know bondage as a light up to you. Listen. The basic principle I want to explain is, in every aspect of life, all these 36 principles are different aspects of life. Today, I am giving you an example of Kala Tattva, time principle, how the unconscious ordinary human being, how they grasp time. Maximum they are able to grasp only these 3 units of time: earth, rotating itself, making one day. Chandra, moon, going around the earth, making 1 month. Earth going around the sun, making 1 year. Only these 3 basic units of time, unconscious human mind is able to grasp. But the consciousness which could center itself in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, superconscious state, finds he is centered in Mahakailasa. This whole Surya Mandala is going around the Mahakailasa, makes the 4th unit of time called Kalpa. Listen. When you don't understand the 4th unit of time, Kalpa, you start developing very narrow vision about time, life, about everything. Anyone even intellectually understands the concept of Kalpa, the 4th unit of time, is liberated from so much of fears. I tell you, the permanence of existence, perception about life absolutely changes the moment you understand this 4th unit of time. I'm just revealing some of the superconscious principles. I want a long Vakyartha Sadas to happen in every level. Understand? Because we are agitated, we don't think for a long time, because we don't think or try to understand the multiple units of time. We are just stuck with 3 units of time. That is why all our planning, all our ability to connect with the time, all our ability to understand time stops with the units of years. Whether you calculate for 10 year or 10 million year, whole thing is just within the unit called year. Time for you to master Kayakalpa. Listen, the idea you have about time is responsible for certain chemicals to be released in your body. If you understand the 4th unit of time, a unique special chemical released inside your body, that is called Amrita. See, all the gods and demons going around the Meru Mandara, the Meru hill, the Mahakailasa, understanding the time through the Vasuki snake. Vasuki is nothing but the symbolic representation of the time snake, Kala Sarpa. When that happens, the body releases nectar. Understand? The understanding I am giving now, the vast understanding about the 4th unit of time. If you can intellectually internalize and see in your life, suddenly you will realize you have so many powerful cognitions, so many powers, so many wonderful things in life. The events of Kala Tattva later. Now understand the units of Kala Tattva and also understand how by not understanding the units of Kala Tattva, we are all collectively suffering and started believing suffering is natural. No! Suffering is neither natural nor inevitable. With the right understandings, it doesn't even exist. The visionaries are convinced suffering is inevitable. So the followers are also convinced suffering is inevitable. That is the biggest suffering. That is the real delusion. That is the real delusion. Now, let us look at only the fourth unit of time. The fourth unit of time is cognized by the mind which lives in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And even if all of you have not achieved a Nirvikalpa Samadhi, if you understand the principles from a person who lives in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and makes that as a lifestyle, you will enjoy all the benefits of the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. For example, Einstein's theory, all of us may not understand, but many benefits derived from that theory, we are all enjoying in our life because we decided to accept his theories. Same way, the fourth unit of time, this theory, all of you may not be able to grasp it, but if you decide to accept and enjoy, make this theory as a part of you, you will enjoy all the benefits of these truths, benefits of this theory. That is what I call living enlightenment. Till you realize personally, individually, as your own enlightenment, living it because your Guru has revealed it, making that as your vision because your Guru has revealed it, is living enlightenment. Understand, Guru Bhakti is intense, pure existential energy which can liberate you from all known, unknown, unnecessary delusions. All delusions are unnecessary. All the known and unknown delusions you will be free from. My gurus used to tell, like how you switched, if you switch on, the electricity flows and the fan or the tube light works. Same way, conscious decision to cognize Guru exists as embodiment of God. God is the unmanifest form of Guru. Listen, Guru is the manifest form of God. God is unmanifest form of Guru. Avyakta Swarupa of Guru is Paramashiva. Vyakta Swarupa of Paramashiva is Guru. The manifest form of Paramashiva, God, is Guru, unmanifest form of the Guru is God. Listen. God is the state of Guru. Guru is the statement of God. God is the state of Guru. Listen. God is the state of Guru. Guru is the statement of God. God is the state of Guru. Guru is the statement of God. Catch this statement and mudra both. God is the state of the Guru. Guru is the statement of God. The unmanifest of the Guru is God. Manifest of the God is Guru. Listen carefully. Decide to cognize. Guru is manifest form of Paramashiva. Paramashiva is unmanifest form of Guru. With this cognition, now sit, I'll give you the ultimate truths to liberate you from all delusions related to time. Listen carefully. Time is endless. Time is endless but not eternal. Time has no beginning, no end, but not eternal. Listen carefully. The world you are experiencing in your dream has neither beginning nor end, but it is not eternal. You enter into that world and come out but even by existence that world is not eternal. Swapna loka, the world you experience in your dream is not eternal. It has no beginning, no end. Its beginning and end are beyond your comprehension, but it is not eternal. Same way, time neither as beginning nor as end. Its beginning and end do not exist as you comprehend something beginning and ending. Same way, it is not eternal. Only Paramashiva is eternal. Everything else is anitya. Sutta Nidya is Paramashiva. The purely eternal, pure eternity is only Paramashiva. Understand? We all have different ideas, visualizations, identification with each of these technical terms. Each of these technical terms like a time, beginning, ending, eternal, ephemeral. We all have some ideas, visualizations. Time is beyond your idea of beginning and ending. Listen carefully. You have multiple births and deaths. Life does not end by your body not functioning. Your body stopping functioning is not end of life, if you want to end the life, raising the quality of your consciousness is the only way. Awakening to the fourth time, Turiya Kala, Turiya Loka, Turiya space is the only way to free yourself from birth and death if you want to free yourself. You can consciously play with these births and deaths. You can take the birth as you want. All the planets, spaces where living beings, conscious beings exist, have the capacity to divert, move their galaxies to avoid accidents, unnecessary collisions, or any other dangers. Please listen. Conscious beings are capable of changing the direction, are capable of driving their whole galaxy. One single conscious being is capable of driving their galaxy smoothly, changing the directions, flows consciously to avoid unnecessary collisions or events. Please understand. So the movements are neither elliptical nor rotational. They are not something very definitive. Because your perception is small, how you always feel earth is flat? Because your perception is small. When your perception becomes large, you start feeling earth is round. Same way, because our perceptions are small, we are trying to give certain shape like a circular or elliptical for the movements of the Surya Mandalas. Actually, there is no rhythmic or permanent movement, shape exists for Surya Mandala. So next, listen. This is the most important revelation. You need to know. One conscious being can avoid any accidents possible in Milky Way among the planets. He can avoid any collision just by his existence. He can drive the planets. Please understand, I am talking sensibly. I am talking sensibly, and I am revealing the truths as it is. Just listen to what I am saying 2-3 more times and meditate on it. Pray to Kala Bhairava to help you to cognize the truths he is revealing now through this body. So you can be liberated from all the delusions related to time. Please understand. Just only switching on is required to operate the gadgets in your home. Same way, just deciding you are a conscious being, and consciousness is the most superior form of existing than any matter, any principle, is enough for you to manifest the powers to move the planets and play with time and grahas. Please understand, destruction and rejuvenation is one and the same. If you feel you are not a conscious being, if you cognize you are just a matter, destruction is going to be the form of Shiva you will experience. If you know you are a consciousness like Paramashiva, you are just reflection of Paramashiva, extension of Paramashiva. The moment you cognize this, rejuvenation will be the face of Paramashiva you will be experiencing and enjoying. Understand? With whom you fall in love, you are going to live with that person. If you cognize you are just matter, you are going to fall in love with matter and materialistic pleasures. Some are going to be having that same quality of life. If you fall in love with Paramashiva, if you cognize you are extension of Paramashiva, if you decide consciously you are an extension of Paramashiva, you are going to experience the rejuvenation phase of Paramashiva. Whether matter, see, please listen, matter has to experience destruction as end. Consciousness has to experience only rejuvenation as its end, or life, or death. Life or death is a rejuvenation for consciousness. Life or death is just death, the end for matter, destruction for matter. Let me repeat, destruction is end for the matter, rejuvenation is the end for consciousness. Listen. Time, Kala Tattva, principle of time. Once internalized, you just become Kalatita. Understand? Your body is a complete, listen to this word, complete mechanism to convert any powerful cognition into power. Let me repeat, your body, which is alive, if you are listening to my satsang and you are able to cognize, you are alive. Your body, which is alive, is a complete mechanism. The mechanism is perfect and complete and capable of converting any powerful cognition into powers. Listen. Now listen intensely. For example, Newton's theory is pure science. Einstein's theory is pure science. But making atomic power station, making benefits out of that pure science, making things which will make our life better from pure science is applied science. Same way, in the enlightenment science, cosmic science, pure science is Vedas, applied science is Agamas. The pure cosmic principles are Vedas, making them as day-to-day practice lifestyle, making your life better. Through the pure science is the applied science, making your life better using the pure cosmic science Vedas into applied cosmic science is agamas. Listen, in the cosmic science, science of enlightenment, Vedas are pure science, agamas are applied science. The next important revelation, listen to this carefully. Your body is a complete, perfect, already a complete mechanism which does not need anything extra now. The mechanism is perfect mechanism for receiving any powerful cognition and converting them into powers. For example, if you understand you are beyond time, even intellectually, if you cognize your body is capable of manifesting all the powers to stop and play with time. Listen. Whenever I am proposing something which is beyond your logic, have little sympathy for yourself, not for me. I have achieved what I am talking. I am talking from my experience. If you are little sympathetic towards my words, you will achieve. Understand? If you are a pious fraud, oh, all these are true, but not for me. I don't think I am capable. All the time, so dirty-minded. Okay, relax. Somebody is straight away denying me and my great revelations are fraud. Somebody is denying through their self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial is pious fraud. That's all. If you deny me straight, you are naturally fraud because you are going to lose this great science in your life. If you deny me technically, saying, oh, what Swamiji is saying is right, but I have so much of problems, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, how can I do? These are all not for me. This is all for somebody else. Then you are pious fraud. I tell you, fraud or pious fraud, you are a loser. Don't be fraud or pious fraud. This great cosmic science is too simple, too easy to practice. Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Even by practicing little, so many fears, difficulties, complications will disappear. Please understand. Real enlightenment science is far more superior and powerful. Far more superior and powerful. I wanted to add this one powerful cognition in you. The powerful cognitions have power even to break your self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. your decision to cognize Guru is the statement of God. God is the state of Guru. Completes, clears almost all difficulties and complications you will face in your day-to-day life.
Now, what we all just learned and understood is literally the whole fundamental unit of time, Kala, is what all of us have just now learned about. And we all also understood very powerfully Swamiji when explained to us, saying how just understanding this will liberate you, make you go beyond Kala, making you Kalati. Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes now and summarize so far what you have understood? See, first we learned about a time-space continuum. Then we learned about how to conquer time. And now we learned about the Kala Tattva. What does Kala mean? So I request all the participants who are sitting with us, take a few minutes and share with us what did you understand so far?
What did you understand as Kala Tattva? Here, Swamiji so beautifully explained about so many different aspects of Kala, 3 units of time: past, present, and future. So, can I request all of you to please share what did you understand and what did you click with in this session? And can I request all the participants to please come and start settling down? It's very nice to see so many of you sitting and listening, but I also see many participants are not in the camera yet. Can I please request all the participants to settle down? Please sit down. Please be seated. Tatta Padvalaya, Luca Brandoaya, Kong Kong Zoo, Hardik Bandareddyaya, Richard Thomas, Raghunathanaya, Mahabalaya. Can I please request all the participants to come in the camera, please? We're going to be entering into the darshan very, very soon. So let's all make sure that every one of us are getting ready. Please be seated in front of the camera.
Many of you have posted many interesting definitions and your understanding is really nice to see.
The way each of you are grasping, first we request all of you to please come in front of the camera and settle down. Devi, Guru is a statement of God. God is a state of Guru. Beautiful. What else did you understand? What are the other clips that you had in the session? Ma Cecily, Ma Dahanananda, Ma Hongzu, Shunni Liu. Can all of you post? What did you understand from the session now?
So here we have Prakash Ravaya, Nithyanandam, and very nice to see you and Ma sitting here. And are you both understanding? What are you both clicking with? And if you have any questions as well, you can feel free to ask. You can feel free to post it here. And it's very nice to see so many of you sitting. I know for many of you, it's your middle of the night and your daytime, through your day to the night. So many of you sit through the sessions and learn. And this is really beautiful. It shows you're so sincere about, committed to you experiencing Paramashivoham, you being in Swamiji's presence and you receiving the initiation. But let's take it one step further. Along with you being here, start being participative, start participating more, start involving, start asking your questions, doubts, everything. And that way, the learning will be so much more beautiful and you will start gaining them as experience. I request Rogelio Marx, Chalaya Palaniyandiyaya, and Nitya Gangaya, Ben Saunders, Bhupendra Ghoderao, Daniel Aya, Taek Sang, and Zhang Shun Seng, King Sing Wong, Purushot Devatasanaya. Can I please request every one of you to come on camera? Very, very soon we are going to be entering into the darshan. and we will be preparing ourselves to receive the darshan today. And especially today's is a very, very special initiation. Today, for the first time in the all of the Paramashivoham programs that we have had, we are going to have this special initiation. Initiation, also called as Anupaya. And today's initiation, we all learned about time. We learned about what exactly is time, how time is the skin of the cosmos, and we learned about how anything that goes in circular motion is illusion and that cannot touch us or affect us. We learned about Nityatva, Nirantaratva, the seven aspects, how time is, and how the whole cycle of time occurs to all of us. And we learned about how you can conquer time, how you can go beyond boredom and tiredness, how you can stretch and play with time however you want. We learned about what is the unit of time, the principle of time, the Kala Tattva. Now, we are all going to be receiving collapsing time through the power of consciousness as an initiation. Today, all of us are going to be initiated to be able to go beyond the barriers of time. Whether you're stuck with boredom, whether you're stuck with tiredness, you're not able to navigate through, you feel like there are so many things there, but I don't have enough time to do it. We are going to be having one of the biggest breakthrough, transcending time. How just by transcending time, you can go beyond all of these struggles, the basic struggles, or the so called struggles of life, and you can master the dimension of time itself. And along with that, we're going to be receiving a very, very powerful initiation. Swamiji tells beautifully, for you to be able to do multiple things at a time. We all listen to the session where Swamiji is explaining, right? That one, as long as you're bound by this logical time, you will be stuck with the thought current that only one thing at a time we can do. But through this initiation today, we are going to be infused with the energy to experience Paramashiva, Swamiji as Paramashiva, the Nija Avatara. And through that, seeing our own higher reflection, and through that, purifying our body, mind, consciousness, all the binding bondages of time. We are going to be experiencing the East methodology for enlightenment. And through that, Swamiji will initiate us Anavopaya, Shtopaya, Ambavopaya. Anupaya is basically cleansing of the body through initiation. Shtopaya is cleansing of the mind. Ambavopaya, cleansing of the very conscious, tuned in the very consciousness. Anupaya, Swamiji is going to be to Anupaya initiation. So going to be awakening all, cleansing our body, mind, and conscious, purifying it for us to radiate Paramashivoham as Swami's powerful is in us. So shall we all get ready for the initiation? Great. Wonderful. Wonderful. Can I request every one of you, all the participants that are here, to settle down in front of the camera? See, during the darshan, it is very important that you are seated in front of the camera, and please make sure you're having your full legal name or your spiritual name. Of course, if you receive your spiritual name, you can put your spiritual name as well. And make sure there's no virtual backgrounds. Make sure that there's nothing, you're just completely visible in the camera. There's enough light. Yes.
Nithyanandam? Yes. So the first and foremost thing today, we have a huge boon that all of us have. Last few days, how many of you have been noticing that Swamiji himself answers the questions that are coming from various different social media platforms, or blesses people from the questions that are coming from various different social media platforms. Like Swamiji says, okay, this person from Instagram has asked this question and gives the answer for it, or gives a blessing for it. How many of you noticed it? Who all saw that Swamiji is answering in so many social media platforms, be it Instagram? Mahadevananda is showing me a big thumbs up. Actually, this opportunity is open to everyone. All of you can post on the social media platforms, whether it is Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or YouTube. You can go ahead and post it there. If you want your questions, if you want Swamiji to read out your question and answer your questions, you can post it in these platforms. So now how do you post it? So if you go to the Twitter, if you go to Swamiji's official Twitter account, you will find the Paramashivoham post in the Twitter, and you can use the hashtag AskAvatar and tag Swamiji's Twitter account, and you can tweet your questions on the Twitter. Same thing with Instagram. In Instagram, you can post it as a comment under the post for today's program. On Twitter, you can put it as a reply, and for Instagram, please put it as a post. Under the main official channels post, you can put your question, and you can be the blessed one to whose questions Swamiji is going to give a big revelation, answer your question, or shower you with boons. And I mean, how compassionate, right? Swamiji is opening himself up in so many levels, being so available to us, so accessible to us, and giving us all, just going on showering, showering, and showering. So take a few minutes and you can quickly open any of these social media platforms and identify the posts so that you can go ahead and post under that. There are few steps to prepare yourself for the initiation. The first and foremost is be in front of the camera. Throughout the darshan, do not move out of the camera, because if you go out of the camera, our digital security team would be having to put you in the waiting room. One is for protecting the digital space, and secondly, I should say that's the first and foremost reason, which is you experiencing the Nayana Diksha. What is Nayana Diksha? Nayana Diksha means just by seeing, Swamiji transmits his powers, the spiritual experience to you. How many of you have noticed? Just you would be sitting in the darshan. You won't try any effort, nothing. Suddenly your body will start levitating, or you'll just feel so blissful. Like the bliss just oozes out of you. How many of you have experienced that? Like bliss for no reason. How many of you have had this as experience? Yes. So many of you. Understand that is a sign that you're experiencing the initiation. Means Swamiji is literally transmitting his own inner space to you. That is why so many of you are putting yes, yes, absolutely. Ma Susan, Naina, Devika Rani, Ma Sophia, Harlan Gomez, Christine. So many of you have had this as an experience, right? Understand. That is the power of initiation. Literally, Swamiji transmits his own inner space to each one of us. So let's all get ready. Please, can you all quickly settle down in front of the camera? Understand in the darshan that we are going to be having today, the darshan of Bhagavan Veerabhadra Murti. Okay, Mahansa is asking where and how to send the questions to Swamiji on Facebook. You can go to the live Facebook live feed in Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And once the darshan starts, you can post your questions in the comment section. And Mahongzu, share the social media live feed with all your timelines and pages too. And invite your friends also so they can also watch the darshan along with you. I see you've been very sincerely sitting and participating in last few seasons I've been noticing. So definitely take a few minutes to share your experience with others. I request all the participants now, come on, let's all take a few minutes and you all can go to the YouTube channel, Swamiji's official YouTube channel, and take this live feed that you are seeing and share this with all your friends. Take a quick few minutes and let's do that now.
I request every one of you to do that, and especially today with the so many powerful truths that we learned, like the time loop, and we understood about how the time is a skin of the cosmos, and especially about that circular motion. So I'm just explaining how anything moving in circular motion, and that can never touch you. That's an illusion. And Swamiji explained about how we are only a reflection of Paramashiva, that Paramatma, and we are not touched by anything that is any ripples or anything that's created in the pond that we are reflecting. So, like this, there are so many phenomenal truths that Swamiji revealed today. And many of you had questions. Many of you are like, oh God, I would like to know deeper in this. And even yesterday, you all had shared about how this number universe was like a breakthrough revelation. Today, Swamiji himself has opened up this beautiful opportunity for us. Any one of you can ask questions. So when we say questions, it is not just blessings and boons. It is not just, you want to manifest something. We also get this wonderful opportunity. I know Q&A sessions with Swamiji is something that all of us enjoy. It is one of our most favorite and one of the most coveted sessions, because when we sit in Q&A, Swamiji always says, I don't answer the question, I answer the questioner. And every time Swamiji gives unique revelations, such profound revelations for even the most simplest of questions we may ask. So don't think, oh, my question, is it okay, good enough? Ask any questions that you have with these phenomenal truths that Swamiji has revealed to Swamiji himself. And don't lose this chance. You all can go ahead, head to your respective social media platforms. This is X, formerly Twitter. And here you all can head to this platform and you can you can tweet your questions here. So you all can go ahead to Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam. That is the account. And
Take a few minutes and quickly go to this Twitter profile. I request all the participants. You can go to this Twitter profile. And if you have not yet started following this account, please make sure that you click the follow button and also click the notification icon. Once you have clicked these two, please scroll down and you will notice a post like this. It says, the Grand Veerabhadra Darshan starting soon. And for this post, you can go and hit the reply button here and you can post your reply by using the hashtag ask the avatar, and post your question here. Type the question that you have We request everyone of you to
Please
please
follow along so it's easier for you. If any of you, we invite all the Sarvagnya Pita Yajaman, Sarvagnya Pita Kartas, every one of you to take a part in this, because I know most of you here, we all would have enjoyed these question and answer sessions that we have with Swamiji during all Inner Awakening programs and even Paramashivoham programs previously. And now Swamiji has opened up this opportunity for all of us, and let us jump into it. Any questions that you have pertaining to the revelations that we've been learning in Paramashivoham, you can go ahead and ask those questions. Not just what we've been learning in Paramashivoham, even any concepts, aliens, and all the different concepts that you might have the questions about, you can take this opportunity. So please head to these respective social media platforms. This is for X, but even if you want to ask on Facebook, for Facebook, you will again be going to Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and you will be commenting under the live stream directly. So you can post your questions directly under the live stream. And
Just all the participants immediately head to these platforms and make sure you start
asking your questions. You can ask any questions. Come on, in this right now, there's so many concepts just surrounding time travel exists. Can we actually do time travel? What is the meaning of being stuck in time loop? Whatever questions you have that you want to ask Swamiji and get the revelations from Swamiji, go ahead and you can post your questions. Post these questions on Twitter, on Facebook, and on Instagram. Same way, even on Instagram, you will see a post that has been made on Swamiji's Instagram account, which will say that you can post your questions under here, and you can head to the comment section and post your question. So take a few minutes. And if you're still not following Swamiji on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, make sure you click the follow button immediately and don't forget the bell icon. Take a few minutes. I see so much of excitement. So many of you are smiling so widely. Okay, wonderful. Ma Ayana, you're asking if you can also ask on Zoom. So in Zoom, you can post any boons or prayers that you have. For questions specifically, please ask it on the social media platforms. We highly recommend you to post your questions on the social media platforms.
And no.
let us all get ready to receive the darshan. Today, we're all going to be receiving the darshan of the most beautiful forms of Bhagavan Veerabhadramurti, Daksha Yajnahara Murti, Aghorastra Murti, Jalandhara Vadamurti, Kamadahana Murti, and Kankala Murti. तेष्वघोरानुरत्यन्त धोषग्न कृष्णवर्णभाक् व्यालभद्दजटाजूट कपालदलमण्डितः सुरपिग्नेक्षणोऽत्यन्तं श्वेतदंष्ट्रसमन्वितः चन्द्रचूडो विशालास्यो नागयज्ञोपवीतवान् महाकायो महादंष्ट्रिर् किङ्किन्निरवसंयुतः महाशूलाग्रसम्प्रोत महासुरविनाशनः खड्गखेटधनुर्बाण मुण्डकः कालशक्तिधृत् वराभयकपाला हि पाशाप्रासदगदाकरः दंष्ट्रे द्वे कीलनिर्याते वक्त्राग्रे भीषणे सिते स्वसेनारक्षको नित्यं परसेना भयङ्करः वैरी प्रयुक्तकर्मघ्न सर्वव्याधिनिवारकः सर्वदोषविनाशो तु समर्थो भक्तवत्सलः. This deity is black in color. His head is with locks, matted hair tied up with snakes. He is adorned with a garland of skulls. His eyes are mixed with color of yellow and reddish brown. His face appears with whitish large teeth protruding on two sides of the mouth. His matted hair is adorned with crescent moon. Being with a broad face, he is wearing snake as a sacred thread. He is with a huge body, large damshtra fang-like teeth. He is adorned with a waist ornament furnished with the tinkling bells. He is holding a trident, the tips of which have been pierced into the body of a great demon, Asura, killed by him. He is holding his hands in weapons such as sword, shield, bow, arrow, severe head, and the lance, boon giving, and the fear dispelling mudras. The skull, noose, and the barbed missile in mace. The two sharp, long fangs, which are white and dreadful, appear like protruding nails at the front of his mouth. He always remains as a protector of his own troops and as a one who inflicts terror and fear upon the troops of the alien forces. He is a destroyer of the magic spells and the heinous contrivances imposed by the enemies. He is capable of warding off all sorts of diseases and harms. He is efficacious, nullifying and all kinds of sinful acts and danger, and he is always compassionate towards the devotees. Now, let us all get ready to receive the initiation. And all of you today you all can even keep another device open and ask questions in all the different platforms. You can ask on Facebook, you can ask on Twitter, you can ask on Instagram, you can ask in any of these platforms and ask in all of these platforms. And Swamiji will be addressing.
Swamiji can answer your questions from whichever platform. So do not miss out your opportunity on anything. Make sure you ask on all the platforms possible, and we have the opportunities open for you right now, whether it is on Facebook or on Instagram or on Twitter. So go head to the three platforms right away, and you can go to the topmost post that says that you can ask your question. And right under that, you can post your comments. And be sure to use the hashtag Ask the Avatar.
And Ma Hilde is asking where to post on Facebook or under the live stream. You can go ahead and comment, Ma. Just right under the live stream. So you can make the comment during the live, and Swamiji comes, you all can make the post. And just go to the live stream and you can make the comment there. Yes, all the Sarvajñapita Yajamans and the Sarvajñapita Kartas also, we invite all of you to take a few minutes. You all also can ask your questions, and it's always fun, and I'm so eagerly awaiting to listen to the revelations from Swamiji today. So let us all take a few minutes and head to Facebook, X, and also on Instagram. You can ask the questions on all of these platforms. Now, let us all get ready for the darshan. During the darshan, if you would like to post any prayers, you can go to the Zoom itself and you can post your boons, prayers, blessing requests, anything that you have, questions that you have, you can post it on social media. Here is for Facebook. So please head to Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam, the official Facebook page. And then you can head to the live stream on Facebook. So don't forget to follow. And please head to the live stream. Yes. And right under the live stream, you can like it, share it, and right below that, you can comment your question under the live stream. So whatever questions that you have, this you can do it right after Swamiji comes, and start commenting. And you can ask on Facebook, X, Instagram, all three platforms. Swamiji will be seeing any of this platform, and Swamiji could take the question. So yes, you all can ask on all of these social media platforms.
Now it's time. Let's all get ready. Prepare ourselves to receive the darshan. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Come to a deep, restful awareness. Breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly. Close your eyes. Unclutch from everything. Prepare your inner space to receive the darshan. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.